What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
Means it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch.
Dirty Harrison!
Good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where this afternoon Group C comes to a culmination. It's January the 31st. Yes, it's a very significant day, and if you haven't done your tax already, I recommend you do it. But it's also a very happy anniversary because it was 15 years ago today. I haven't got any cake for you, I'll be honest. I didn't go to Asda this morning. But it's a 15th anniversary of you picking up your Players' Championship title, Mr. Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, and it's also the 4th anniversary of Johnny Clayton becoming Masters champion. So congratulations to Johnny for that. And I'm sure he'd like more success this weekend, like some other players that we're going to see this afternoon.
Last night was all about some legends of the game. Andy Hamilton topping Group B. Maybe not the player of the night statistically, but he got the results he needed.
Yeah, he looked really good, doesn't he? I was a little bit worried, like you were, that maybe going from a really decent campaign in Group A to the night session for someone as seasoned as Andy, I think he should be really proud of the way he played. He showed a great deal of energy and fight all the way to the very end. And he got his just desserts. He played superbly well.
Well, that's how the table looks going in today too. Graham Hall joins Andy Hamilton on 6 points. Let's have a look now at the betting then and see what last night's action's done in terms of the outrights. And it's pretty much a who's who of who's gone through in Group A and who's in Group B. In fact, Jensen Walker's the only player on the top half of the betting graphic that's in action this afternoon.
Yes, I think that's fair though. Even though Jensen did average 100 in his last game yesterday against James Hubbard, what we've seen from Graham Hall is more in the way of 100 averages than anybody else this week. But that's not the biggest thing when it comes to Graham's success, or even when we're looking at his failures, because he's had one bad game a day and he's paid for it pretty much every day. But if he times everything well this week, he should win this week. But there are plenty of other people who could as well.
But the focus this afternoon is on Group C, and this is what happened yesterday.
He's being embroiled. Clickety-click left, as they say in bingo. Double 9.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, apparently,
Nikolaou.
1, 2, 3 is as easy as ADC. And go for tops in the next visit. But he might not need that. He needs double 8.
To keep his hopes of qualifying alive. Oh, that's superb. Magnificent for Tommy Morris. Let's be honest, we all fancied that for a second. Shanghai 18s. Big fight.
Fourth leg, James Hubbard.
That's tight. It's double 10.
It's
a win for Jensen Walker, which puts him on to 8 points. So this is how the table looks going into today's action. Jensen Walker top of it, 3 other players on 6 points. Let's talk about Jensen, because he had a little bit of a slip at the beginning of the session, but actually by and large he was probably the best player throughout the course of the day.
He looked great, especially towards the end. He put James Hubbard under so much pressure. James stood up to him in the first 4 legs, but Jensen's ability to get into around about 221 after 6 darts and around 121 after 9 constantly in that match, that impressed me more than anything else he did all day, because he's remained really resolute, competitive, and when you find your best performance at the end against one of your closest rivals in the table, it shows that you maybe are ready to win a table like this.
Who else should we look out for today?
I think you've got to look out for James. I think other people will have a big say about who gets through this group, but I was really impressed with the way that James was able to stick with the best player in the group in their final match. But considering how he played the last time he was here compared to yesterday, I saw definite improvement.
Right, let's get the action on then on this Friday afternoon. We're going to kick off with Adam Mould, who can move on to 8 points with a win in his opening match. And early on this morning, I caught up with Mouldy. Adam, 3 wins from your 5 yesterday. How would you assess upon it overall?
I think it could have been better, but could have been worse. So I'm in with a shout to qualify, and that's where you've got to be going into the last day, I suppose. Was
yesterday a day of just sheer consistency? Maybe not too much too high, but not too much too low either.
Yeah, I felt quite confident. I think I let the James Hubbard game go. Well, I think I let double 10 go for double 6. It would have given me 4 wins in the end, which would have been perfect. But yeah, I'm in there, in and around qualification, so that's all you can ask for, really. 6
points day one. There's a lot of players on that mark as well. Is it one of those days where you just have to target certain matches, target certain wins?
Yeah, I think I've got 3 with the throw today, so that's helpful. If I can get those in the bag, then maybe 1 more against the throw, and you might see me here Saturday night, hopefully.
Right, let's talk a little bit about you then, because 2025 is about to begin. ADC number 1 once again. What's the goals? What's the ambitions for the season ahead?
They've already changed, to be honest. I did challenge tour. I only did 1 day of Q-School because I had some work commitments and I just couldn't get there. Monday and Thursday I was busy, so I just did the 1 day so I could do the challenge tour. Challenge tour went okay. I'm about 18th in the rankings, and so it's already changed because I wasn't going to go to Germany because it's my wife's birthday on the Monday, so we'd already agreed I wasn't going. It looks like I am going now because when you're 18th you've got a chance, 1 more good weekend, and you never know, shots on the Pro Tour could come available for me. And then just the standard stuff, I'm going to carry on with my ADC tour next weekend. I'm looking forward to that, give that a good crack, and then hopefully you'll see me back here as many times this year, and just keep going, mate. Just keep going.
I'm sure we'll see you a few times. Adam, good luck today.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
Sounds like Adam is in need of a very understanding partner the way the next few weeks could go. His first assignment here, Andreas Nikolaou of Cyprus, who begins day 2, bottom of Group C, just like he was in Group A. Adam Mould, the 36-year-old from Aylesbury. It's now 8 series ago since he won his solitary weekly title up against the man from Lemesos, making his debut, the 27-year-old Andreas Nikolaou. He played at the ADC Global Championship in December, and it's kind of a similar fate here compared to the one that he endured at those particular championships. Owen Binks is the man in charge of the action today. He will be officiating all 25 matches that we are going to see. And alongside me for all 25 matches on his anniversary, it is the Asset Paul Nichols. I promise it's the last time I bring it up.
That's okay. 57.
I think Adam Mould was saying all the right things right there. I'm so impressed with Adam. The way he's evolved in the last couple of years as a dart player, and as someone who talks about the sport.
100.
And he said something with you, Henry, that really pricked my ears up. He talked about having the darts 3 times today. How many players
60
say that? I haven't heard that before. He's so aware of the format that he knows how many times he has the throw. He sees today as a more realistic option to get more wins than yesterday, and that impresses me greatly.
He's somebody that I suppose would know the intricacies of a tournament inside out, because away from his playing commitments, he organises a lot of darts and plays a huge part in the Bradmore Farm facility in Aylesbury. So if anybody's going to be adept as to how certain things work at a certain competition or how certain ranking systems are going to work, it's going to be Adam Mould. He's a great player, but he's also a very smart cookie. And he's looking to pile in the first max of the day. Right on cue.
Expect plenty of them. I've seen a barrage this week from Whitlock and Andy Hamilton.
138.
Approaching
145.
About 65 for the week, just the 2 of them.
Well,
that's a slip.
Andreas, you require
that opens the door for Andreas to possibly take this first leg. Maybe not at this visit, but maybe the next one. if he needs it.
Because that single one for Adam Old at the end of the previous
92.
turn has left
Adam,
himself
you're
on a free
199.
darter. Literally anything else would have been better than the single one he got with dart free of the last visit. Tops was the plan, but not the execution.
39.
And so Andreas
Reg
will
required,
return for double
32.
16 to take the opening leg of the day. Only had 2 darts at a double against Adam yesterday. It was a 4-0 victory for Mouldy. But already, Andreas has bettered his total
Nikolaou.
against Mouldy from yesterday. The Cypriot 1 up.
It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Adam was referencing the Challenge Tour in that chat with you, Henry, and specifically Challenge Tours 6 to 10 at Halle 39 in Hildesheim in the middle of March.
100.
If you are going to do the Challenge Tour overseas, you're really going all in. You can see how hungry he is. He doesn't just want Challenge Tour success.
140.
He really does want to get an alternate spot on the Pro Tour to see what that's like. And I don't blame him. But going to Hildesheim, it is a bit of a journey. You go to Hanover. You've still got a fairly sizable taxi ride from the airport to the region where you will stay and play. And contacts will be crucial.
140.
Because if you do it all on your own, it'll be too expensive.
Adam has had a tilt at the Pro Tour in the past, has played a couple of events during COVID lockdown where he said in his own words he got bashed up by
59.
Martijn Kleermaker and Raymond van Barneveld.
You wouldn't be the first people to be bashed around by those two tall Dutchmen.
But I think it's fair to say that Adam Mould is a much better
100.
player now. Than you can argue he's a better player now than when he won his weekly title a couple of years ago.
I don't even think it's up for debate. He is a better player. He has evolved with the ADC.
56. Adam, you require 121.
You could even say that this fixture is an ADC fixture.
81.
That'll work pretty well.
Tops after 12 to square this contest up at 1 apiece.
56. Adam, you require 40.
You sense the scoring power of this man is going to give him more opportunities than his opponent. But
8.
the story of yesterday
Reg
for
require
Andreas was
170.
he was having opportunities, but they were big opportunities at big outs. And they're not any bigger than the 170, which isn't going to be reeled in right here, right now.
81. Adam, you require 32.
Adam's got to stop making little
Game
mistakes,
shot
and
of
that
second leg.
is the right
Adam
fix
Mould.
for that situation. Now, Adam's not playing his
Third
best
leg, it's
darts here
Adam
this
to
week
throw
so
first.
far.
Game on.
At times he's played really well, averaging 85.5 yesterday, 36% on the doubles. Now in a Group C situation,
28.
most of the time that's going to be very competitive, like he is. But Andreas, every time we get daily numbers for him, it seems like 78 is right next to his name. So we can
60.
definitively say he's a 78 average player. In order to be more competitive in a week like this, he's going to have to start that with an 8, not a 7.
40.
Well, I had a good chat with Andreas this morning before play got underway, and he was mentioning that this is great experience for him, but maybe he's just a little bit ahead of the curve. And that was
60.
his own admission, that he's playing like this in Cyprus and he can win matches quite comfortably back home, but he feels like maybe he'll find his better darts a year or two
135.
further down the line, the more experience he gets of playing things like this. And he's openly admitted that maybe back home he doesn't get pushed because the standard isn't quite there, but he said playing in this arena, you just feel like every single time you're on the stage, you're under
97.
pressure, and it's just maybe not something he's used to yet.
Got to start somewhere. Get a little bit of early experience. You don't know where it's going to take you.
83.
Not everybody's road is straight. There might be some chicanes, some roundabouts, a few U-turns. Just got to go along for the ride and make good choices.
96.
And the fact that he's talking about the future, he's talking about where he feels like he can be a year or two down the line, just shows that he's got this ambition to be better and got this ambition to be really competitive at this level.
139.
But I think you've also got to give credit to somebody that has a little bit of realism as to, yes, he's got ambition, but he also knows where he is at this present moment in time.
Yeah, he doesn't have delusions of grandeur.
58. Adam, you require 76.
He knows he's good, but he knows he's maybe in the deep end.
Game shot in the third leg.
And Adam's the shark.
Adam mode.
He's going about his business swimmingly so far. Mould 2-1 to the good. His numbers yesterday were pretty much what you would expect out of Adam Mould. 85.52 average, 36% on the doubles.
140.
That just feels like Adam Mould to a T.
But in a similar vein,
45.
if he's going to kick on to the next level for him, he might have to find a way where his overall average starts with a 9. If it doesn't, he may be at this level his entire career.
41.
There's nothing wrong with that. But I do get the feeling that Adam is shooting a bit higher.
Well, he's pretty much playing to type because his numbers for the 2024 season were 84.38 and 33% on the doubles as he fires in his second max of the contest, looking to get the break of Andreas and move 3-1 to the good.
140.
Andreas making sure that this is not going to be an easy road for Adam.
100.
Look at the disappointment from Mould there. A steady ton, but he was looking to leave a finish. And the destiny of this leg is not in his hands. He needs an error from his opponent to get a chance.
100.
If Andreas could play at this level all day, 82.5, and the doubling's okay.
100.
He may not win every game, but he's going to be
Andreas, you require 80.
competitive in every game in this group. Double 10 to square this match up. And if you've not seen Andreas before, he'll do that a lot. He moves a lot, shifts across the
Game
oki,
shot on the
and then
fourth leg.
finds the target he's looking
Andreas
for.
Nikolaou.
Level we are, 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I've seen a lot of dart players over the last 20, 30 years. I've never seen anybody use the entire width
84.
of the oki more than Andreas has this week. He's in Andrew Gilding territory here. But when he's on double 10, he's in Stephen Bunting's footprints.
83.
There is an exclusion zone, and he is willing to use every inch of it.
Nothing wrong with that.
134.
But this is where Adam Mould has got to stay patient. His opponent is hanging on to his coattails, and just when it looks like Mould is going to get a little bit of wriggle room, does his opponent just continue to fire in scores like that, just to keep him on his toes.
And I don't necessarily think that leg difference comes
58.
into this table until later on. Even though beating Andreas yesterday by 4-0 was good for his leg difference and getting the points, I think he can do more damage when he's playing someone who is
84.
also in the running to win. Because he can only take away from Andreas and add to his.
180.
Let's face it, if Adam beats Andreas, he's not going to win the group. He's not going to be through. It's not going to happen. But if he's doing a big performance against, say, Jensen Walker, he can deprive him of points and add to his own.
120. Adam, you require
I love
45.
how Andreas checked after the call was made there.
Game
Doesn't make any
shot on the
difference.
fifth leg.
Even if he had got
Adam
more
Mould.
points, Adam Mould was still going to take a 3-2 lead.
Andreas Nikolaou will have to channel the inner Cartman when Owen Binks is on the oki. Respect his authority. And it's Adam Mould that's stamping his authority all over this match, leading 3-2 and a leg away from
59.
victory.
$60.
You know that Adam Mould and our referee have actually got something in common.
Go on.
They have nicknames that have something to do with dirt. Mouldy
59.
and grimy.
Ah, yes. Owen Grimy Binks.
Yes, that's because he looks like Frank Grimes from The Simpsons. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
54.
There he is. Grimy himself.
I think Adam Mould has got away with this. Because 6 darts thrown in this leg. No trebles.
140.
And he's going to have to keep pace now if he wants to get this done before a last leg shootout is needed.
By the way, we're going to have to evacuate this commentary box quickly after this session ends now.
180.
We're going to be toast when Owen finds out about this.
Bring it up again when I'm bothered.
60.
Doesn't get the ton. So you've got to fancy Adam is the favourite to win this match in 6 legs from this point, especially when he's doing things like this.
4 180s in this match for Adam Mould.
140.
The scoring has been so deceptively good.
And 4 maximums in a match from a player. That is the most we've seen this week. Multiple times. We've seen it from Hamilton, from Whitlock, now from Mould.
67.
Can he win the match? Treble 9 found. And tops found.
Shot and the
A
match.
really good display,
Adam Mould.
which puts him on 8 points with Jensen Walker. It's not quite enough to take him to the top of the table on leg difference, but he's done his job. And with a 91.6 average and 50% on the doubles, that'll get it done. And Andreas, it's not going to be his week this week, but he's still got 4 more matches to go. And our next one, Hubbard against Walker. There's plenty on the line there.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Ball got the better of Andreas Nikolaou by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it is Jensen Walker and James Hubbard. Let's remind you how the land lies then in the league table. Adam Mould on 8 points alongside Jensen Walker at the top of the table going into day 2. James Hubbard on 6 points can make it a three-way tie at the top if he can win this match. There was some signs of some good stuff. Average 85 for the day yesterday did James Hubbard, but the player of the day yesterday was undoubtedly this young man, the 18-year-old from Coventry, Jensen Walker, weekly finalist in the past, and he played the best darts of anyone, had the best running average of any player, had the best doubles percentage of any player. He was the man to beat yesterday and was beaten just once en route to topping the group going into Friday's action. He's becoming accustomed to making it through to big finals and big
James
nights.
to throw first. Game on.
And another day similar to yesterday, he should make it through to yet another weekly finals night.
Should is a very strong word.
42.
But if he plays like he did yesterday, he's got an outstanding chance.
100.
I like the way he was able to make his way through the schedule and have his best performance at the end, just when he needed it. But having the darts in that final game against James,
121.
so crucial. How does it work when things are flipped around? That is now the question.
96.
Yesterday, Jensen, as I mentioned, had the best daily running total, 89.27. 42% in terms of the doubling, 19 hits from 45 attempts. In matter of fact, he won all but one leg that a player could possibly win in a day. His only defeat came to Tommy Morris by a 4-3 scoreline in the second match of the session.
And in a strange twist of fate, he was the only person to have a ton plus average yesterday. But he was also the only person not to have a ton plus finish.
$140.
You really don't mind if you don't get any ton plus finishes, as long as you get the legs in the bank. Isn't that right, James? Because he doesn't need a ton plus finish. And yesterday we did say that him going double-double in a certain moment wasn't the right player. There, maybe he did do the right thing.
76. James, you require 40.
First start missed at a double in the match from the young man from Coventry. Hubbard was good on tops yesterday.
Game on the first leg.
And he's good there
James
today.
Hubbard.
That was perfectly in the middle of the bed. But you mentioned the fact that Jensen didn't have any ton plus checkers. But that can be a bit of a double-edged sword. It could even mean, A, your finishing's a bit off. But when it's at 40%, what is probably indicative of more than anything else is
96.
his scoring power was so good yesterday that he didn't leave himself in many positions where he needed to take out a ton plus checkout.
Well, here's the thing, Henry. He might be leaving himself in the high ranges. Your 156s, your 161s, that kind of thing. And then his next visit, or his approach from the low 200s, is getting him
58.
under 100. It's not necessarily a bad thing that you don't have ton plus finishes. It can actually be seen as a big positive.
Well, just having a look at his highest checkouts in matches yesterday. In his first game against Andreas, 94. His second match, 77 against Tommy Morris. And then in his third match, 78, 4 from 4 against Steve Robertson. So he's taking out pop combos, but because he's outscoring opponents, he's not needing to take out the real big ones.
40.
He maybe finding himself in a spot above her here because Hubbard's in a position where he's 1-0 up and could take the darts off of Jensen here.
$140.
This is a pretty good start from James. He did win his first game yesterday, averaging just under 80.
80.
I think he was quite fortunate to be playing Steve Robertson at that point because Steve didn't play well. It allowed James to settle. But playing Jensen first today, he doesn't necessarily have that luxury. Now, what's the play here? 35 off. Down to the 17s.
52.
Well thought out.
Leaves himself on the fish. Is there going to be a necessity to take it out? Yes, there is, because Walker's found a couple of troubles. He may have just salvaged a leg, which could have so easily have gone south. Or has he? The 170 isn't going to go, and so Walker puts himself in a position to level this match up.
99. Jensen, you require 93.
These are the kind of finishes you were talking about.
Game
Just like that.
on the second leg.
Who needs a ton
Jensen
plus
Walker.
finish when you can do that?
Third leg is
And
James
for
to throw first.
the brilliance
Game
of ton plus checkouts, it's usually those types of finishes, the pops, as Wayne Mardle likes to call it, which can sometimes be the big difference in matches. Two darters when your opponent's left themselves on
57.
something handy, which can sometimes make the most major of differences. And it may have just done so there for Jensen Walker.
57.
You know how much time we spend analysing numbers, analysing people and technique. We can go maybe a little deeper than some other analysts might do.
180.
James's first max of the day means he's now on 5. We didn't get a great deal of those yesterday from
140.
the playing roster. Most of the people actually did have 4 for the day, which is less than 1 per match. And I think if James is going to improve
100.
and get back to some of his peak stuff, it's that department
83.
that should
Jensen
yield
require
a few more
164.
maximum shots.
6 darts from here to re-establish his lead in the contest. Just double checking the proximity of dart 2. Sometimes when it's that close, you just want to
94.
double check whether it was in or not, and not to make any potential mishaps that could be costly.
46. James, you
That
require
hasn't
70.
worked out. Whether that's a good or a bad thing for James, we don't know. Because sometimes dart players feel the urgency when they have to hit something like this. When you've got 2 visits,
Game
it
shot on
really
the
doesn't
third
matter
leg.
in that moment.
James Hubbard.
That deserves a lot of credit. Because you can easily say to yourself
against Jensen
in
to
your
throw
own mind,
first.
I
Game-
don't need to hit it, but I want to. So the positive self-talk that you've got in that moment is, get it hit.
140.
James Hubbard has had 2 darts at tops in this match, and he has taken both opportunities he's had.
This week, we have looked at the stance of Andreas Nikolaou
60.
and how side-on it is and how rigid it is. But I want you to focus, Henry, on the right foot of
121.
James Hubbard at the Oki. Side-on, but that does not tell you even half the story. He's actually leaning into the right-hand side of his right foot,
96.
putting a lot of weight on his right ankle. It's actually quite a common stance type. But it can lead to problems later in life
59.
because you're putting a lot of stress on that ankle joint. See how the foot is leaning over and the left portion of his right foot is in the air.
57.
If you see how much motion there is when he throws, it's very minimal. It just goes to show how stable his core is, even with a stance that
134.
isn't planted.
Which is why perhaps it's no surprise so many players later on in life need to have things like hip surgery.
That's something we'll come back to in a second.
96. Jensen, you
Because
require
it's something that
47.
every dart player must be aware of.
Hubbard will be aware of the lingering threat that Jensen Walker
31.
provides. He's missed a couple of darts to level up at 2-2. Not that it's a huge concern this time around, because he is going to come back for 3 more. Feels like one of those games where the power is going to be with the
60.
throw, that the
Jensen,
player
you
throwing
require
first in legs
60.
may well just have that slight edge.
Well, this is just like yesterday's game that these two had. At this point, it was where Hubbard hit that 108 checkout.
Game shot
we're
on
2-2
forfeit.
again.
Jensen Walker.
That
Fifth leg,
clipped
it's
into the bottom
James to
corner.
throw
That
first.
felt more like a
Game on.
hopeful dart than one with conviction, but nonetheless, Walker has found the target he wanted.
Just getting back to that discussion about alignment and stance.
180.
Well, what's your stance on that one? Second max. Hubbard bossing his throw at the minute.
58.
But if you spend so much time, if you're right-handed, on your right-hand side, look at the weight that is transferred into the right-hand portion of the body for James. The ankle, the knee, the hip,
57.
and to a certain extent, because of the motion, the shoulder. You wouldn't believe how many dart players who played for an extended period of time
134.
have been to chiropractors, and they say, why are you leaning on your right-hand side? Because they're so used to it. And their bodies get out of line. They have to be cracked back into place.
80.
Disjointed, but there's nothing disjointed about either player's performance so far in this match. 1989, the average is every single leg
99.
so far in this game going with the throw. And Hubbard looking to establish a 3-2 lead. Hasn't missed a dart at W. He's had a couple of darts at tops. He's taken both of those chances. And he's going to get a couple
140.
more chances upon his return.
So what is interesting now is that he hasn't missed tops.
96. James, you require 44.
What does he leave? I think he's recognised that tops is working. It's
Game
working
shot on the
very,
fifth
very
leg.
well.
James Hubbard.
He's found a formula and
Superg
he's
is
sticking
Jensen
with
to
it.
throw
And it's a
first.
formula that has put
Game
him to
on.
within a leg of victory.
This is so good, this match, for many reasons. I think I'm allowed to be selfish for a minute here. But I said yesterday that
57.
Hubbard understands what Jensen's all about, because a few years ago, he was Jensen. And now James is 32. He's actually the same age as I was when I met James. And we've been mates ever since. It's funny how things turn around.
78.
James has got a lot of friends still in this sport, even though he doesn't play at the top level anymore.
100.
Good friends with Simon Whitlock. Still gets along very, very well with people in his immediate neighbourhood, but worldwide still very communicative with some top-level players who have got some
60.
great respect for him as he's got for them. And I am sure they'll want him to do well today. But you do get the feeling this game's going to go the distance again.
180.
It didn't go the distance yesterday, but it felt like it did.
Every game felt like it went the distance at a point yesterday afternoon. But it looks like this game is pretty much nailed on now to go to a 7th leg. Walker didn't have to go for the 164 in any instance because Hubbard's back up 277, but hasn't quite mopped it up in the way that he would have liked.
There's a little bit of chewing of the flights there. I hope you're not hungry, Jensen. Those flights have got the nutritional value of
134.
nothing.
Jensen, you mark 122.
Unless you got them from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Bullseye.
Game shot the sick flag.
There we go. We're going the distance.
Jensen
And how big is
Walker.
this leg now? Walker wins it. He goes to 10
7 from final
points
leg, it's James
and
the
creates
throw
this
first.
4-point gap
Game
between
on.
himself and Hubbard. But if James wins on the throw, we have 3 players on 8 points in Walker, Mould, and James. This is huge.
Well, he had had a ton plus finish up until that
42.
point, and his first of the week could well be the most pivotal of the week. And Hubbard with a dry turn here has opened up the door, but
43.
Jensen Walker has not been able to open it. And the significance of this leg cannot be understated. If Hubbard wins it, they're both level on 8 points. If Walker wins it, there's a 4-point lead. The third max of the match for James Hubbard could be the moment where the game swings in his favour.
I think you enjoyed that one, don't you? And we do see this from Walker. When the pressure situations arise, he takes a breather. And there's nothing wrong with that.
180.
Just when Hubbard thinks I've got you, it's game back on.
You just cannot separate these two.
He's got to move.
99.
That was sensible. They
97.
are just going toe to toe. It's such a shame this game is only best of 7 legs, but one of the best things is it is best of 7. Someone is going to get to the double first, and you can see the
100.
pain. He's thinking, leave tops. Give me 3 darts for this game. He might only get 1.
And Walker is hot on his tail. He's left
134.
himself on 47.
require
Walker
80.
should get 2 if he gets a go. Hubbard may only get 1 to win this match. He's got to hope that trusting tops comes up trumps when he needs it the most. And it
40.
hasn't. 3 times he's hit that target, but the one
Jensen,
time
you
he's missed it
require
could be the time that
47.
costs him the most.
He's made 1 mistake in the match. And he thinks that mistake could be fatal.
This is for 10 points, and this is for command of the group. Jensen Walker is in charge of Group C.
Jensen Walker.
And judging by that celebration, he knows how crucial a 2 points that could be. He had to evade a match start from James Hubbard at tops. A puff of the cheeks, relief etched on the face of Jensen Walker. He wins 4-3 in a cracking match. That 1-2-2, a pivotal turning point. Walker 4, Hubbard 3. He moves on to 10, and he has daylight now as Tommy Morris takes on Steve Robertson in our third match of the session. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series
And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jensen Walker got the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 3. That moves the Interceptor on to 10 points in this Group C. Next up for us, the 32-year-old from Paul, Tommy Morris, the gun, a 6-time weekly finalist, looking to move on to 8 points and join Adam Old on that mark if he can get the better of Steve Robertson, making his debut here at the Super Series. There's been signs of some good stuff for McLongshanks, but maybe the consistency hasn't quite been there. He's definitely enjoyed his experience, having a chat with him earlier on this morning. He's had some fun on that stage over the course of the week, but he'd love to end his campaign with a few good wins to take him back to the northeast in some fine fettle. As for Morris,
First
well, he's a
leg,
man
it's
now
Tommy to throw first.
holds lofty ambitions. And
Game
those
on.
ambitions are when he turns up here, he turns up to win and scoop the jackpot.
The thing about today, and this week in fact,
66.
is that Tommy expects to make Saturday. That's where he's at. Not making a Saturday, there's no silver lining.
180.
So every opponent he's got today, what they're trying to do is stop him from making that 7th
100.
Saturday berth. It's been a bit up and down for Steve over the last few days. Played some great stuff on Wednesday. But yesterday
85.
he seemed to slow down a bit. Had a couple of bad games to start with. That's why his average was in the high 70s.
100.
His best average yesterday actually came against Jensen Walker, and 94 it was, and he lost in 6 legs. A somewhat bemusing match. But it does feel like Jensen
41.
Walker's got all the answers at the minute.
That is despite players posing him some serious questions in this group. He's in charge of it on 10 points.
36.
Tommy Morris is looking to join Adam Mould on 8, which would be a tie for the 2nd position. It mean that James Hubbard would lose some significant ground. And the way the fixtures pan out for Tommy, he takes on Steve first and then takes on James second. And so he
81.
can do some significant damage very early on in the day's proceedings. But it's Robertson who's first to finish in this opening leg.
82.
Big fine with the last start just to leave himself on a single treble then to acquire himself a dart at a double. But Robertson first poke at the 114. Treble 18 would have given him a dart at tops, and it wasn't too far away, much to his anguish. And in fact, both the darts he had,
58.
the first 2 of that visit, meant that life was a bit awkward for him. Morris looking at the 117, looking at tops. It's a holder throw that would feel like a steal.
97.
I think he's still trying to
Steve
figure out
McGuire, 56.
what kind of rhythm works for him best, whether it's pausing before a shot like that or staying in rhythm. Double top. And the first leg
Game
goes
shot on
to
the first
Steve.
leg. Steve Robertson.
Always feels like when he hits a double, his natural instinct
Second leg
is
is
to
Steve
tap his
throw
chest.
first. Game.
We've seen people who have got these celebrations, these muted celebrations, I might add, when they do win a leg, like Simon Adams looking at the hands. I like it a lot. I really do.
58.
I think it's just showing a bit of soul. Because this is not just about turning up, playing darts and saying goodbye.
64.
This means something to people. Ask yourself this question. If you're tuning in live on Pluto TV today, have you ever seen Steve Robertson play darts before?
96.
And the likely answer is no. Unless you know him from the northeast of England or Scotland. If it wasn't for this,
120.
in this grand building, would you ever watch him? You might not get the chance. This may just be the biggest thing he ever does in this sport. So when you think about it in those terms,
60.
he commands respect for doing something that he possibly may never have done had it not been for the MODUS Super Series.
95.
And who's to say that possibly further down the line we see him back and we see a better version of him? I always use Tom Sykes in this particular scenario. A player who first time didn't qualify through, won a belt, then he came back. Then he won a week.
100.
Then he got to a Champions Week final. And now we talk about him in the biggest of circles when it comes to this competition.
95.
I'm going to give you an example of how things have changed. Someone that I know well, someone that Steve knows well. Someone who's played at both of our studios.
41. Tommy,
Gary Robertson.
127.
I'll tell you a story about him in the next leg.
87. Stevie Rockmore,
Because this leg might not last
146.
much longer.
Because Robertson is looking at another one of them. Well, that would have been a real pinch. Well, if the last game was all about dominance in terms of holder throws, this game has been about the player against the dart so far. And Morris,
86. Tommy,
looking at
Rockmore,
tops
40.
to square up at one apiece.
Game shot on the
Square up he
second
does.
leg. Tommy Morris.
Now I want to take you back to early January
Third leg, it's
2001.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I remember that time very, very well. Because
95.
you think about what was happening in the PDC. It was on a paid cable network or satellite network. Not many people I knew actually could afford it. So where did they watch their darts?
140.
In person. No such thing as streaming. No social media sites. You watched darts,
39.
you watched it in person. You went to see county games. You went to watch Super League. You might go and watch a local tournament. You would meet people. You'd network. But I remember when Gary Robertson made his Lakeside debut in 2001. He was drawn against Raymond van Barneveld
85.
in a year where it was won by John Walton. Gary was given one of the only live games in the first round. It was a big deal. And people raced to their TVs to watch that match because it was a big deal that Robson, who had a reputation already
81.
as a great dart player, was making his debut. We all wanted to see him play. So if you compare that to this, just because we have a
97.
ready available amount of streamed matches these days all over the world, and more so here at the Super Series because we have 104 games a week, does that detract from how important Steve playing this week is compared to Gary in 2001?
100.
I don't think it does at all.
170.
Another one of them. Would have given him a poke at the ball for the fish, and I think Tommy fancied it somewhat.
98.
But again, what it has done is presented an opportunity for the player against throw to take the leg. This will be the third consecutive break at the beginning of this match. And Robertson's got a couple of options to ponder in his mind. Does he go double-double or does he go more conventional? Decided to chase the treble with 76 left. And so Morris will return for 72 to get the game's first hold.
72.
This is seen as conventional.
Game shot.
Conventional and very, very good.
Tommy Morris.
After losing the first leg, Tommy's taking control of this game.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Do you want to hear some of the names that played in that 2001 Lakeside?
Oh, let's do it.
Well, give me a couple of names that you think might have been there.
Raymond Van Velde and Gary Robertson.
Well done.
John Walton obviously won it.
Correct. He wasn't even seeded. But a lot of us thought he was going to win it anyway because he was in fine form.
140.
Martin Adams, obviously.
Yeah, Martin beat Eric Claris in the first round.
Ooh. Would our pal Tony have been there?
58.
No, he wasn't. There was a lot of domestic
140.
inclusion in that tournament. We were yet to spread the worldwide wings of the sport. Get a few players from around Europe, but further than that, not much of it at all.
96.
Predominantly England, Scotland, Wales, Netherlands. But there was a player from Finland
85.
in that tournament called Marko Pusa.
Averaged 101 against Jez Porter in the second round. I tell you what, there were some names, isn't there? Chris Mason lost to Mervyn King, who was the number 1 seed.
Tommy, you require 136.
Go for a few more in the next leg. Morris looking at 136. He's got form for taking this checkout out, but he's not going to do so on this particular occasion. I went all Mickey Flanagan for a second then. Tots after 12 for Tommy for 3-1 in the break.
$45.
Tommy really has control of this game, doesn't he? Double 10. This is a 50-50 call.
30.
He didn't have to go for it. He could have
you require
bust
160.
it and play the percentage shot.
But what do the percentages say, Steve? They say you weren't going to take it out, and Morris will come back for 3 more at double 5.
$90. Tommy require 10.
So 2 5s for a 2-leg lead.
On the fourth leg.
And Tommy Morris has a buffer in this match. He has a cushion and has the darts to win it here.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what, Henry? I'm really glad you mentioned that ton plus average for Marko Pusa back in 2001. Because
44.
Lakeside ton plus averages, there aren't many to talk about. And that's why we thought that Marko was going to be a huge influence on Scandinavian darts around 20 years ago. It didn't really turn out to be
83.
An elongated thing. He was around for a very short period of time. But he took out Jez Porter that he talked about. He's from Leicestershire. Took out
45.
Gary Robertson's pal, Davy Richardson, in the first round.
Wayne Mardle made his first World Championship semi-final. Ronnie Baxter was in that tournament. Co Stompe. Steve Beaton was in there. And the pie man Andy Smith
55.
was in that tournament too.
Kevin Painter was the number 6 seed. That was a really significant year for Kevin, because he didn't just make the quarterfinals of Lakeside, he'd go on to beat Phil Taylor 9 months later at the World Grand Prix.
60.
And then he was a PDC player ever since, until his retirement.
Lost to Andy Fordham in the quarterfinals of that competition. Painter actually beat Matt Clark in the round prior to that.
45.
Yeah, not the only time he'd beat Matt Clark at a World Championship. He's actually beaten Matt in both BDO and PDC World Championships. One time he played him at Ali Pali.
95.
Beat him in a last leg decider in the last set. That game went on for a long time.
100.
Now, Steve, 163. You know it's a bogey number, but you've got 6 from here. Got to make it count. Otherwise, you will be in the basement with Andreas Nikolaou, maybe for the entirety of this table.
89.
And we shouldn't forget that year Trina Gulliver won her first World Championship in the first Women's
99.
World Championship. Beat Mandy
Stevie
Solomon
required
2 sets to 1.
74.
Yeah, Mandy started playing again recently. Really good to see. It's good to see that treble go in, especially if you're Steve. That looks like a good marker, but it's not ideal.
Game shot on the fifth
How
leg.
good was that?
Steve Robertson.
That was seriously impressive. Using the angle and
Sixth
floated
leg,
it
it's Steve
perfectly.
to throw first.
To be down
Game.
3-2, but back on throw.
$100.
The last thing Tommy needs is to go 3-3.
60.
He did reference how many 4-3s he's been involved in this morning when chatting to us. And when there's a dogfight happening right now in the top 4, the last thing he needs is more pressure and more stress.
140. $85.
That's what he might have to settle for. On the bright side, if it does go that distance, he has got the throw. Look what Robertson's up to now. All of a sudden, he's the better player.
140.
He's got the better percentage on doubles. He's got the
Steve
higher
require
average.
121.
He's got the only maximum of the game. Is he now favourite to keep Tommy on 6 points?
He's finding a purple patch just as Tommy
81.
Morris is beginning to regress a little bit. And this game is seesawing in the opposite direction. Morris was 3-1 up.
140.
Had the darts to win the game 4-1. He's going to get
Steve,
another
you require
opportunity to have
40.
the throw to win the match. But if he needs it, it means we go all the way. And we are going all the way. 13 data, we head the distance. And for the second time in 3 matches, we go to a last leg deciding. In fact, we've played every leg bar 1 we possibly could so far today.
100.
Robertson wins this leg. This round has belonged to Mould and Walker.
140.
And if anything, Robertson is continuing his improvement here.
55.
He just isn't missing all of a sudden.
The Robertson radar is
100.
beginning to get red hot, and the red alarm bells will begin to ring for Tommy Morris as a consequence of it.
100.
If in doubt, just try and keep pace. Keep your opponent under pressure. Make them deliver. And he constantly is at the minute.
125.
3-1 down. And since then, he's looked really reliable.
120. Steve, you require
Well, on the bright side, Tommy,
136.
you've left the easier finish of the 2. He might not even get a look at it. 888.
was a whip for a while away. That would have been a 13 followed by
Tommy
12
Maguire,
if he found that.
126.
And Tommy Morris will feel like he'll have to take this 126 out. Then he'll have to find treble 19 here. He does. He gets a go at the ball for the match. And this could be to keep his hopes a flickering. But it drags
84.
wide. It never felt like it was going to
Steve
go.
requires
And for 3-1
16.
down, Steve Robertson has found 3 inspired legs. But is he going to complete the comeback here? Double 8 for the match. And he has to shuffle across. It's awkward, but it's found. And that
Steve
could be a
Robertson.
bitter blow to Tommy Morris's hopes of making it through to a 7 finals night. He was a long way backwards, Longshanks. He was 3-1 behind, but 3 on the spin and 3 incredible legs has seen Steve Robertson spring a surprise. A 4-3 win against Tommy Morris. Coming up next, Jensen, Walker and Adam Mould, the top 2 go toe-to-toe. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Steve Robertson got the better of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 3. That ends the first round of fixtures on this Friday afternoon. Game 2 kicks off with Jensen, Walker and Adam Mould going toe-to-toe. The winner of this game will be in a very advantageous position. In fact, if Jensen Walker wins this match, I'm going to go out on a whim and say that he's probably got a foot into the finals. tomorrow night. It'll be harder for him not to qualify than do. He'd open up a 6-point gap on Hubbard, Morris in 3rd and 4th position. Remember, the top 2 qualify through Group
First
C.
leg, it's Jensen to
If
throw
Mold
first.
can win this, well,
Game on.
both are still be in a great position. They're both before clear. And Hubbard and Morris go toe-to-toe, okay? One will be guaranteed to go over in a couple of points.
134.
But one will be pretty much out of the running. This is a big game to see where position lies.
40.
Now, me and Paul Nicholson, during the break, were having a look at the 2001 WDF season because we were talking about the 01 Lakeside.
134.
We've just brought up the World Cup from that year. Martin Adams was the winner of that. We'll have to bring that up later on tonight. Beat Andy Fordham.
In the World Cup singles.
Yes, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Darts Mad Nation, Malaysia.
137.
They do play a lot of their World Cups. They have in previous years anyway. Quite vast distances away from
100.
Europe,
Jensen,
Malaysia. They played in North Carolina, in America. All of the world.
78.
Jensen's off to a flyer. And if I may say so, the chasing pack of Hubbard and Morris, they desperately want Walker to win this game. They're very happy with him walking away with this group and winning it. The most important thing to them is keeping Adam Mould in striking distance. If Adam wins and he's on 10 points with Walker, that means that Hubbard and Morris are 4 points behind. That's not what they want.
60.
But you look at the way that Jensen's walking, the way he's gesticulating, the way he looks. He's in the mood to take everybody out.
140.
He's just got an aura about him today, hasn't he?
41.
A swagger of a man who is in charge of his own destiny and feels like if he plays to the best of his ability, nobody's going to beat him. But Adam Mould has been a maximum machine today. He had 4 in his opening match. He finds one there.
55. Adam, you're 121.
And he's in cruise control of this second leg, averaging 101.5.
72.
Didn't even entertain the bullseye, but then took his eyes off the 18.
36. Adam, you're
Rudolf Nureyev would have been proud of that follow-through. I
33.
wonder if Jensen was massaging his inner Richie Burnett. Might get him a new nickname. Call him Twinkle Toes.
139. Adam, you require 16.
This is a fast match.
Game
And
shot
the leg is over before there's any trouble.
Adam Mould.
That'll be relief more than anything else because he did not want to give Walker a poke at the 170
Well, I guess
because how
Jensen
many
to throw
times have we
first.
seen a
Game.
leg like that where somebody is in cruise control and misses a load of darts to the double and then suddenly loses it because of something inspired by their
139.
opponent.
Speaking of inspired, that 1-2-2 that Walker had against Hubbard looks even better now because it's the only ton plus finish of the day.
140.
But if we're going to talk about getting to the finishing line, the last time Jensen was here, he didn't quite get there in heartbreaking circumstances.
27.
What he might be focused on right now is making sure this is done and dusted before it gets anywhere near the finishing line. And if that's his mindset,
58.
it's so spot on.
Well, the way this schedule works out
58.
is he could do significant damage early on. He played James Hubbard, beat James Hubbard. If he can beat Adam Mould here, he'll feel like he's in such a strong position
139.
as he heads into a match against Steve Robertson, who has already beaten Tommy Morris today, but he'll feel like he would have done a lot of the hard work
164.
very early on. But Mould here is threatening the break. He's got 6 darts and 164 to move 2-1 up. He needs to find one at some point in this
100.
match if he is to win. And he's in a very good position to get that particular job done in this particular leg.
57. Adam, you require 64.
And things, they might be changing right now.
Game shown the third leg.
That's classy.
Adam Mould. Full flag, it's Adam
There is
to throw
most
first.
definitely
Game on.
a lot of elite stuff in this guy's arsenal. Because when you can do that and just pick off a shot like that with ease, and the way he delivers darts,
140.
look how still Adam is when he throws the dart quite viciously. But he does so where the dart climbs to the sky. Look at the point where it changes its position.
43.
The point climbs to the sky and then it lands in the board very upright. That's how he throws them. He slings them.
Maybe we spoke too soon in terms of
57.
mannerisms, because at the moment, Adam Mould looks comfortable, whereas Jensen Walker looks like he may well, I was going to say, beginning to feel the
140.
environment that he's in at this present moment in time.
That follow through is getting a little bit erratic. Just got to make sure that every dart is followed
100.
through the same.
$58.
Got to switch.
82.
He's turned a bad visit into an okay one. And he's left himself on the sole ton plus finish that we have seen
180.
today,
Adam, you require
which might now have
122.
to be found.
And it was taken out by Jensen Walker. Is he going to be hoisted by his own petard here?
86.
Well, the
Jensen,
treble
you
would have
require
given him a poke
80.
at the ball, as you would have found. He's left himself on double 18 nonetheless. Walker may only get one dart. Well, he may only get a dart at the ball here. He's not even going to get that because he's found the ball. Well, this is a bit of a shambles, isn't it? Mould has left himself on double 18 to open up a
64.
3-1
Adam,
lead and to put himself a
36.
leg away from winning this match. Double 9.
Game on the
Finds.
full flag.
Does not
Adam Mould.
give Walker a poke. Mould 3-1 up. And he's a leg
leg
away
is
from moving
Jensen to
himself
throw
onto 10
first.
points and
Game.
moving himself into a position where he'd be 4 clear of Hubbard and Morris ahead of their match coming up next. He'd give himself some breathing space.
180.
Walker isn't going to lie down easily.
Adam just won't leave him alone. If Mould wins this by a distance,
51.
it is fair to say that this early afternoon bunch of exchanges could not have gone worse for Hubbard and Morris.
60. $92.
Look at the demeanour of Adam Mould. He looks very relaxed. Looks very at ease with what's happening.
57.
Just another day at the office. And he is living proof right now that you can want
32.
something too much. But if you can play the game instead of wanting the win too much, you can do remarkable things.
180.
He's playing superbly.
146.
7th max of the day already for Adam Mould, and it's put himself in a position now where he has an opportunity, free in hand, to win the match. And Jensen Walker, after the first leg, if the truth be told, has not looked overly settled on that stage.
There's definitely something going on with that follow through, isn't it? There's a lot of go start action going on here.
46. Adam, you require 24.
And Adam Mould has an opportunity to finish his man off here. Double 12 for 10 points.
No
That
score.
is as close as you could put 3
Jensen, you
darts at
require
that
100.
particular target without finding. It'd be typical of today if Walker takes this out.
Was he caught in two minds there? Because that was not a dart at tops. And it wasn't a dart at the 60 either.
Adam, you require 24.
To get the job done, Double 12 is
Game,
found for
shut out the
Adam
match.
Mould, and his strong
Adam
start to
Mould.
the day continues. A 4-1 success over Jensen Walker means that he moves to the top of the table on to 10 points, and he has a buffer from James Hubbard and Tommy Morris, who will go toe-to-toe in game 6 and move on to 8 points. After the break, Andreas Nikolaou takes on Steve Robertson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Adam Mould got the better of Jensen Walker by 4 legs to 1. That means both Mould and Walker are on 10 points in the group. Next up for us, Andreas Nikolaou and Steve Robertson.
Game on.
And we are straight into the action. Andreas, almost like the tennis player Rafael Nadal, stipulous in his pre-throw routine. And he gets us underway in this, the 5th match of the afternoon session. Although nobody was as stringent as Rafa Nadal when it came to routine.
$140.
Djokovic was stringent with the old ball bouncing, wasn't he?
Had to bounce his ball so many times.
59.
Was it something like had to be like 7 or 8 times before he then served?
It's a process, isn't it? Scott Mitchell used to retrieve the darts, and then he would count his steps when he was walking to the back of the stage.
96.
It's all about utilising the power of the mind. Nadal was always brush the hair over his ears and bounce the ball and tweak the jersey and things like that.
123.
And he didn't like walking on the lines.
No. He also had to have his water bottle a certain distance apart, and he'd have to have a sip out of both the water bottles he had as well.
Because they were for different reasons. One was for hydration, one was for
61.
electrolytes, and I believe one of them was also for glucose.
Did you have any kind of routine when at the hockey?
Yeah. My approach was step perfect. Be the same every single time. Phil Taylor would say the same. He was the same. He would almost brush his arm forward and step forward with the same amount of steps, all after having his hand in his right pocket. He was one of the first people to have a defined pre-throw routine. That's what players at this level can learn. If you can find what that routine is and stick with it and be comfortable with it, it can be so handy under pressure.
Steve, you require 145.
So it's going to be a routine finish for Robertson. The 145 is up and on the offing, but he's not going to take it out on this particular occasion. And so Nikolaou will return for the 114. He's just the solitary treble to give himself a dart at a double.
114.
He may have to take it out if he's going to save throw in this opening leg. Not that treble, mind. And so Robertson, who's already got a win
26.
under his belt today, beat Tommy Morris 4-3. He's got a couple of darts here to get the break in the opening leg against Andreas Nikolaou.
Game
Very
on the
tidy.
first leg. Steve Robertson.
Here's a situation for you. If Steve wins this match
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
and gets himself a 4-1 scoreline against Andreas this week in the head-to-head record, he can get to 6 points and equalise either Hubbard or Morris at the end of round 2.
58.
Or how things can change.
I wonder whether a trip to South Korea is on the cards for Andreas Nikolaou this year.
100.
You're talking about the WDF World Cup?
Yes.
Well, if you are going to play for your country in a WDF World Cup, that is not a bad trip to go on. Seoul is a very cool place.
96.
You think about some of the places they've been over the years. You've mentioned Kuala Lumpur already. They've been to Perth in Australia.
96.
Charlotte, North Carolina. They've been to Canada. All over Europe. That's got to be one of the best trips for a World Cup they've planned in the last 50 years.
60.
Go to South Korea, that would be awesome.
And I tell you what, the way our friends and colleagues are going, we may have Laura Turner, Jared Cole and Scott Mitchell out in South Korea this year. They're all in the current England squad.
100.
Congrats to them.
If that's the case, good luck to them.
And do bring back some trinkets.
See, I see that as a slight weakness
60.
in the PDC system. Because if you think about the World Cup is every 2 years in the WDF and they go to different locations. In the PDC, they go to pretty much the same location. They've been to Hamburg and Frankfurt. And one time, not to impugn somewhere that Steve knows very well, they went to Houghton-le-Spring near Sunderland once. Not very exotic. But I think having the World Cup in Germany every year is slightly unfair.
100. Andreas, you require 146.
It's definitely to the advantage of the Germans who've never won the tournament. Having said that.
Andreas decided to stay there. Was looking at another one of them to leave double 13. Steve Robertson looking at the 1-2-7 to have a 2-0 lead in this
71.
game.
Steve, you require 127.
Trying to hit a 1-2-7. Just like a man calls with the same haircut.
102.
There's no such thing as 127 in almost game. But it was almost 2-0. Okay. Left himself on double 11. Boys, he'd been knocking on the wrong doors there.
Required 25.
There's no way he thought he was going to leave himself on double 4.
More wrong doors than an every delivery driver. But is Steve Robertson going to be knocking on the right door? No, he's gone down the wrong door as well.
Game
but he's found his way out the trap door.
Steve Robertson.
That's been his best double this week. I remember him leaving double 3 3 times, and he's hit it every time he's gone for it.
We'll call that the Jeff Brazier leg, because someone was knocking on the door. But it's Steve Robertson that rang the bell, and he leads 2-0.
44.
You watch way too much daytime TV. Making references like that.
Really nice guy is Jeff, actually.
How do you know?
Met him. Worked with him once.
Whoa!
Maxi for Robertson.
He's having a blast now, isn't he? All smiles.
56.
Results are going his way. He's climbing the table like a rat up a drain pipe. Well, he will be if he keeps winning. Based on my philosophy about the PDC World Cup, then, just to get your insight, Henry, because it's been in Germany most of the time since 2010.
59.
If the PDC were to take it on the road, where would be a good place to put it? And you have to be fair. Logistically, where would be a good place to put it? Where would you get fans? Where would you have a really good catchment for it?
North America. United States, Canada. Time zone would be okay if you play it at the right time for most of the world, particularly. And look, you've got to, when you make decisions like this, you have to think primarily the European ones, because that is where most of the viewership will be drawn in from. North America would work if you played it in the afternoon, say Eastern time, because it'd be early evening. There's not actually too much of a difference. And I think that time zone as well, when you think about TV networks in the United States that will be broadcasting basketball, ice hockey, those types of sports, baseball in the summer and the evenings, afternoon would work better for them as well.
140.
But I've got more to say on this. We'll talk about it a bit more in the next leg. Robertson looking at 98. Triple 18. Would have given him a poker double 12. Nikolaou looking at 102.
35. Andreas, you require 102.
Really should have left less than 63 there. This time he gets what he meant to leave.
70.
Steve can put him away, though.
63.
Beaten in the last couple of days and on Monday. Double 12.
51.
That was a big chance after he hit that treble 13.
Nikolaou is poised at 32 to bring it back to 2-1. He'll lick his lips over this prospect. One left at double 8. How's he squeezed that in?
Andreas Nikolaou.
That is like a goalkeeper jumping down to the bottom left-hand corner. That's exactly where the penalty went. The keeper got fingertips to it, but then manages just to nestle away in towards the back of the net. Back to 2-1.
95.
Anyway, back to my World Cup theory. I think North America's a good starting point, but it's not going to happen straight away. But maybe we could get to a point where maybe in 10 years' time, you know how things like the Olympics, 45. Like the FIFA World Cup, they have to go to different continents every time. I'd love for there to be a point, whether it's realistic or not, I do not know. Possibly not, probably not. But I'd love for there to be a time where you could go to different parts of the world. So you go to Europe, North
60.
America, Asia, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, the Oceanic region. Just to change it up a little bit.
It's run every year,
81.
contrary to a lot of World Cups in other sports. I just think it should go somewhere else. Doesn't have to be Germany. I do have an opinion about the amount of tournaments in Germany.
140.
But to be fair to the people who organise them, I am not going to voice that opinion on this broadcast because I don't think that's fair. But I do believe there are other
81.
options out there. I really do.
Which underlines more than anything the growth and strength and depth of the sport across the globe.
Correct. You could easily,
45.
and I mean easily, have the World Cup in Asia. Look at the strength of the Asian tour. They've got so many venues that they could use in Japan, in Hong Kong, in the Philippines,
60.
in
Stevie McCoy,
Malaysia.
161.
They could even hold it in Mongolia. That's not a viable option because your catchment for fans wouldn't be the same. But can you imagine Hong Kong,
97.
Japan? It would work. That's just my opinion.
And we say things like this is not a negative to the places being held now. It's actually, we're actually talking about places where things are growing. It's actually a good thing because we're talking about expansion.
28.
Growth.
Exactly.
Stevie McCoy, 64.
Steve doesn't need to grow anymore. He's tall enough. But he's looking to grow in stature in the table.
24.
It's nice to have the luxury of hitting 3 single eights to leave tops, isn't it, Steve?
But is Nikolaou tiptoeing on his shoulder? Perhaps the answer's yes.
140.
This may have to go.
Stevie McCoy, 40.
It's taken the Cypriot time to get going in legs, but eventually he's getting himself close to range. That'll be a concern for Steve. He finds the double 5. Last start in hand
Steve
to
Robertson.
open up a 3-1 advantage in this match.
Keeps tapping his chest.
Andreas to throw first.
He's like Matthew
Game.
McConaughey and Wolf of Wall Street.
It's actually one of the few films I've watched. Watched it on New Year's Eve once, that and The Great Gatsby on the same night.
140.
Thrilling. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street's a good movie.
It's probably as far as we should go about that film live on TV at 2:30 in the afternoon. But
81.
I think if Steve Robertson was going to be the epitome of a movie, it would be the BFG. The Big Friendly Giant.
56.
as for Andreas Nikolaou, he's probably thinking, Mamma mia, here we go again.
That was in Greece, wasn't it?
No, no, Mamma Mia was its own film. It had Pierce Brosnan in it.
Oh, yeah.
100.
We had to watch Grease in the house on New Year's Eve this year. That was an enthralling experience.
I have not
60.
heard of so many tangents in a 2-minute window since I was doing physics at school.
We are so back.
Oh, no,
80.
that's costly. That's cost him the opportunity to get a 1-dart lead. And predominantly in this game, that's what he's been doing.
59.
That's good news for Steve. If he wants to get this done in 5 legs, he needed a troubleless visit there from his opponent.
$60.
So Andreas, 6 starts from here to extend this game furthermore and to take us into a 6th leg of this match.
150.
That's how you do it. Doesn't get any better than that from 186.
It's taken him 4 visits in a leg to get going, but visit 5 of the last couple of legs have been quite fruitful for Andreas.
140.
But Robertson's on tops
Andreas required
if this
36.
does not go to win the match. But it's 218s to extend this match. One left.
No score.
That might be that.
Require 40.
And this is to put a 4-point gap between Steve and Andreas. Left or right?
Game.
Just a little bit left, but very, very right.
Robertson.
And McLongshanks is having a really good Friday. He's won his first 2 matches, and he's now on the same points as Morris and Hubbard, who are about to do battle in one of the most important matches of this entire group, because the winner will go to 8 points, and the loser is going to be in huge trouble of not getting to the top 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Pluto TV, the home of the MODUS Super Series, and we're about to begin Game 6 of 25 that we're going to be bringing to you exclusively live today. It is going to be a marathon day of
James
darts.
to throw first.
And
Game
we
on.
have a big game to round off our second cycle of fixtures for this afternoon session, as James Hubbard takes on Tommy Morris. And with me for every single dart today, it is the asset, Paul Nicholson.
97.
I think maybe it's a good thing that
95.
James has had 3 games off since that brilliant game with Jensen Walker. He missed 1 dart for the match. in the last leg of the contest, and Walker stole it. That one result
60.
has changed an awful lot on this table. These two now both know
100.
that both players are not going to qualify. Only one of them can. And it's going to be the person who wins this game.
It's got the feel of a knockout match in all but name, doesn't it?
83.
Both players made good progress yesterday, particularly James, but it could all come to a shuddering halt in
59.
one fell swoop if they lose this particular match. Tommy Morris was on the wrong end of an upset against Steve Robertson. He's actually won both his matches so far today. Whilst for James Hubbard, he did have a dart to beat Jensen Walker 4-3. Didn't take the opportunity at tops, but is kicking off the
180.
stronger of the two here, leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12.
140. James, you've required 81.
This might just be his second match, but Hubbard already looks better today than he did yesterday. And there's a risk that after winning his first two games yesterday, he might even walk away with 2 defeats from playing better. That's why you've got to win the situations.
31.
Doing the same
Tommy
things or
require
better things is never a
107.
guarantee of success.
But Morris's
91.
radar
James,
is a
you've required
little
50.
bit off so far today. Of that, there is no mistake. Hubbard is going to have 2 at tops and ensure that every leg he's won today has been on that
Game
target,
shot
and
on
that
the
trend
first leg.
continues.
James
Off
Hubbard.
the barrel and in. Hubbard into a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on. 100.
If Tommy Morris does not get through this group, I get the feeling that when he goes to the gym the next time, something's going to get hammered.
$180.
Well, hammering in the maxis is James Hubbard. He had 3 in his opening match. He's already had 2 here.
44.
Today is a day where the 180 markets are taking a pummeling.
Well, James has already got more maximums today than he had all of yesterday.
$82. $45.
Tommy looks a little flat. Maybe the amount of pressure he's been under for the last 5 days is just starting to take its toll just a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if he's flagging just a little bit. He's only in his early 30s.
60.
But this format can really play with you.
And I do think there's something to be said that the more experienced you become, yes, you know the format a
140.
bit better, but actually, sometimes knowing the format a bit better can go against you. There's sometimes just a little bit of scar tissue that can creep in. Sometimes that naivety you have when you're new to something, that infectious enthusiasm you have the first time you do something, because you don't know any different, can sometimes wane as time goes along.
59.
You can see how tempted James was to stay on the 19s, but the real play was to go back to the 20s.
100.
Single
James
19 would have left
120.
1-2-1. This is treble, single, double, as opposed to treble, single, bull. It might make all the difference. Not quite.
Tommy required 72.
He gave it every chance, but now he's given his opponent a chance. Tots for Tommy,
52.
but he's missed an opportunity to level it.
Well, that's the tale of the last couple of days for him. He's missing 1 dart at a double and losing legs. And it happens again.
Game shot on the second leg. James Hubbard.
2-0 James Hubbard. He's got the breaker throw. And that's the first leg he's won today, which
Third
he
leg,
hasn't
it's
done
James to
so
throw
on
first.
double top.
Game on.
But just going back to the point I was trying to illustrate in the previous leg. For so long, Tommy Morris has played with an air of free roll in this building. But I think things have changed.
135.
He's got expectation, and other people have got expectation on him. And because of that, the parameters and the goalposts, they can change seismically.
60.
You play tighter. You play sometimes a bit tenser as a consequence?
I don't think that's a speculation. That's just a fact.
97.
But if you want to be as good as you think you are,
85.
and you want to go where you want to go, who said it was easy? This may be the part of Tommy's career in 2025 where he has to be okay with being uncomfortable
59.
more than ever before.
And you know, because you rose very quickly at the highest level.
85.
When that pressure of expectation sets in, how heavy can that weigh on one's shoulder?
Yeah, it's pretty heavy. You've got to find ways to detach from that and to relieve your shoulders of the weight that's on them. That comes from having a good
96.
team and good preparation every time you play.
133.
Hubbard is getting all of the better chances here. Average 90 in his first game. He's doing it again. Double top. This is really good.
Third leg. James Hubbard.
It's such a weird thing.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
When it happens. But Tommy is in the infancy of his career. James is seen as a bit of a veteran. They're both the same age. Two players at the perceived peak age of a dart player, maybe just before it.
45.
And they've had very different journeys.
But that is darts. That
60.
is this sport where for some people it could come so young like it did for James Hubbard. Whereas for Tommy Morris, well, maybe it's just taken a bit more time for him to get to the highest level. There's no one-size-fits-all approach as to when you're going to be successful.
60.
I'll tell you what.
45.
If it was one-size-fits-all, in previous decades, it might have been XL. Now it's more of a medium to large. I still hear people in the mainstream media all over the world. I even heard it on 8 out of 10 Catsters Countdown recently. Someone said that somebody looked like a dart player, and I was immediately saying, I find offence in that.
You're not the first person to be offended by something Jimmy Carr said.
That wasn't Jimmy Carr. It was somebody else.
140.
It's just ignorance. Look at James. He's like a whippet. Look at Humphreys. Look at Gezi Price. Dart players look different these days. Look at these two. Would you want to go head-to-head with Tommy Morris in the gym? I don't think so.
140.
Nico, I couldn't win a fight against a fly, let alone somebody of Tommy Morris's stature.
Well, now Hubbard's got a chance to win
64.
this 4-0. This could be really good for him. To repair his leg difference a bit and to get 2 crucial points. Double top.
Old trusty
33.
is not found, and Morris has got to move back into this match. Double 16. The gap is back down to 2. But James Hubbard does have the insurance policy here of having the darts to complete a 4-1 win.
Game on.
And there is a possibility that, just like that famous sitcom, it could be a very unhappy Friday night dinner for Mr. Morris.
60.
When you're 3-0 up and you've had a dart to win 4-0, take it from somebody who knows.
140.
There's one way to look at it. You say to yourself, why didn't I just get that finished? That's the negative side. The right side is to say, that's okay. I had a chance. I will get another. It's PST.
60.
Positive self-talk. Look it up. It's not just good for darts. It's good for life.
58.
James Hubbard has got to be careful here because he's just come off the pace a little bit and Tommy Morris is just beginning to find again.
140.
How quickly do we see a game in this format change in a heartbeat where Hubbard had an opportunity to win it 4-zip? Morris brings it back to 3-1 and now attacking the Hubbard throw is first to a finish in this leg and he's going to get 6 on 161 to bring it back to 3-2. Do you now? Yes, he does, and he wasn't too far away.
Say what you like, but he's coming back for the 25. I think James just needs to draw a line under this leg as if to say,
25.
I wish it never happened.
Game
Well, it is
on the
over,
fifth
so now he
leg.
can draw a line
Tommy
under it.
Morris.
Tommy played well, James didn't. It's 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on. $85.
It's always interesting to watch a player in the background as to where they're looking when their opponent's throwing. Are they looking at the carpet? They're looking at their shoes, looking at their darts, or are they looking at the wall to see where their opponent's darts are actually going?
140.
James was looking at the wall.
And he will not
123.
like what he's just seen there.
He's got no influence on it, so why should it bother him? There's no defense in darts. So don't pretend there is.
100.
You can't park the bus like a peak Mourinho
60.
Chelsea side in this game. You have to go for the throat. Hubbard looking to close this game out. He's got an opportunity now to put himself in control of this leg against him. He needs to find a treble here. And the
60.
glimmer of an opportunity he had has now been taken away from him, and Morris is 6 to turn a 3-0 deficit into a 3-all game.
88.
That's sensible. Really good thinking there from Tommy. Even a 25 would have left to finish there. Should look at the ball's eye himself.
105.
We're seeing great ball management here in another good contest. It's going to be 96 to win this game.
85.
He had one dart
Game
to win his first match.
196.
He's had one dart to win this match. Does he get more? Now it's double-double.
56.
This is a
Tommy
game that
requires
slowly
60.
but surely is slipping through the fingers of James Hubbard. Morris looks at tops.
Game
Morris
on the
gets
sixth
tops.
leg.
He had a
Tommy
3-leg
Morris.
cushion in this game, did Hubbard, but now it is a match that
Seventh and
goes the
final against
distance.
James to throw
It is
first.
like James had
Game on.
butter in his fingers, and he is just letting that bar of butter just slip between him, and that's exactly what's happened to his lead in this match.
96.
It's not as if Tommy and James have dropped the ball a great deal here today.
135.
But when Jensen Walker and Adam Mould sit down and look at the situation in its entirety here on Friday, it really couldn't have gone any better.
57.
We were looking at 3-0 Hubbard. A 4-0 scoreline for him pretty much eliminates Tommy.
140.
And since that one dart was missed for the match, Tommy's fought his way back into this. And this game being as tight as it is now is ideal for the top two. Because their leg difference for Mould and Walker is still bossing this
43.
table.
That's the first time we have really seen some frustration from James, and how can you blame it in this scenario?
You can't.
44.
Absolutely can't. There's nothing worse than being on the cusp of winning a game and then within about 6 or 7 minutes, you are looking at a defeat. It hurts.
His head is quite literally in his hands, and the game is in the hands of that man there.
45.
One last chance. You take a deep breath, you reset, and you get yourself to 1-2-6 here and hope you get a shot. That's the switch.
96. Tommy require 137.
80 left. It was a speculative shot at tops.
James, you require 170.
James did his job. He left to finish. Not going to get a shot at the bull. And if Tommy takes out 40 points,
58.
all James will have to do is swallow the bitter pill.
Double 10 to complete the ultimate comeback. But that is awkward. But it's a superb find. It crashes off the barrel and in. And that is some way to complete a comeback. Tommy Morris was 3-0 down, about a hope and a prayer in that match. It looked like James Hubbard was going to run off a 4-0 when he had a dart to win that game 4-0. But credit goes where credit's due. Tommy Morris charged back and completed the comeback. He beats James Hubbard by 4 legs to 3 to move on to 8 points in the group. After the break, Steve Robertson up against Jensen Walker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are all enjoying a fantastic Friday afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And after 2 rounds worth of play, Adam Mould and Jensen Walker both tied at the top on 10 points. They're in charge of their own destiny. Tommy Morris beat James Hubbard from 3-0 behind before the break to move up to 3rd and on to 8 and to be the closest challenger to the top 2. And Jensen Walker is in action right now, and he takes on Steve Robertson, who in fact has won both of his matches on this Friday. Hasn't quite been the A game all the time, but he's been doing enough to win matches, and he has got a win against Tommy Morris as well on this Friday afternoon session. So there is something for Jensen Walker to beware here, and in his game against Adam Mould, it was a big game at the top of the table. It felt like there was an air of uncomfortability about him at points.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think Steve right now is thinking Friday is rather good. Left it a little bit too late. That's the thing. All he can do is win his 3 remaining fixtures and get to 12 points, which
45.
can still get him towards the top of the table.
60.
But it's the complexity of the fixtures. Robertson has got to play against Walker, against Mould, and against Hubbard. Now, I'd be sitting here
95.
saying Robertson can still win this group if he's got Mould, Walker, and Morris. But the fact that he hasn't got the last 3 games against the top 3, I just get the feeling that he's left it 1 game too late. If he'd picked up 1 more victory yesterday, things would be different.
58.
And although he can't, well, he can get through, but realistically he can't get through, he can stop somebody else from doing so. He's already put a huge dent in Tommy Morris, who in fairness made up for it against James Hubbard, but he could put a real spanner in the works of Jensen Walker. If he loses this match, then he may have shades of his previous appearance here, where he looked in command of making it through and then managed to find a way of letting it slip.
95.
Well, considering how well Walker played in his first game against James Hubbard, and then the lack of quality we saw from him against Mould, it's been a bit up and down today, so we're not really sure what type of game we're going to get from Jensen.
45. Jensen, you require 145.
He doesn't care as long as he gets the points. A win in this match and he'll be halfway there. He'll be 1 foot in.
93.
But he will not be happy unless it's 2 feet in.
Sunderland against Coventry has very much the air of a championship match, doesn't it?
90. Jensen, you require 52.
You know, I can't say anything because both of them have won the FA Cup in the time that Newcastle haven't.
36.
Newcastle haven't won it since the 50s.
73.
Coventry won it in 87. Famous Keith Houchin diving header. Sunderland won it in the 70s.
1974, was it? Bob Stokoe?
See, that is a name that doesn't sound right, not in a northeast accent.
53.
Bob Stokoe.
16.
It's Bob Stokoe.
This could be 1-0 Walker. Oh, that came in and then nestled back out again. It was diverted from the barrel of dart 1 out of the bed, and it gives Robertson another opportunity to take a 1-0 lead.
Game show on the first leg. Steve
I like what he
Robertson.
did there. He didn't move until he got the nod from the referee.
Second leg, it's Jensen.
Well, that's going to hurt Jensen
first.
even more, who is clucking in the background.
180.
That was just chucking.
60.
If it is to be no Saturday night for Robertson, it's going to be a long drive back to Choppington.
58.
Up the A3 motorway to the M25 and then find the M1 all the way to Newcastle. And off at the 189. Up the Spine Road. And then turn left at
41.
Bedlington back to Choppington. It's almost as if I used to live around there.
And if you're on the M62, something's gone wrong.
Very wrong.
96.
That might have been why it took me 7.5 hours to get to Sunderland a couple of weeks ago.
What were you doing on the M62 going to Sunderland?
Admittedly, it was snowing and part of the M1 was shut. Don't ask me why my sat-nav diverted that way.
55.
I don't
Jensen,
know.
you require 167.
Should have been diverted to the A1.
Route 1 for Jensen Walker, who's looking to level up at one apiece.
131.
You get diverted on the M62, you go towards Manchester. You need new sat-nav.
New driver. Walker leaving itself on a double up 12. Looking to square up at 1-1. 2 9s, doesn't have to go for it. He's going to leave himself double 4 upon his return.
We haven't even talked about the age gap between these two players. More than 30 years difference. If you put Jensen Walker
60.
and Tommy
Jensen,
Morris
you
together, you
require
get someone who is
8.
Steve's age. I'm not saying that to make him feel old. Oh, that one's left an impression. He doesn't understand why that didn't go in. He's puzzled. That one's in, though.
On the second leg.
What a strange
Jensen
twist of
Walker.
fate. What happened to the dart? Did the point come off?
He's broken it. And so he's going to have to head back to the case and get some running repairs.
I hope he's got a spare dart.
Fresh out the packet, it looks like. Just having a little look. Yep, into the case it goes, and everything's going to have to be renewed once again. This might take a couple of moments to sort out.
Well, putting a new point in is not easy. It has to be, if it's been snapped, oh, it's a Swiss point, which means you can twist it out. That's handy. Otherwise, that process can take as long as 10 minutes.
And we haven't got 10 minutes to waste. But Jensen, with a quick pit stop and a quick repair,
Third
is
leg,
able to get back to it. A nice little
game on.
show of respect for the pair there as the third leg gets underway.
Well, that's a first for me, to see a point snapped and a replacement done in less than a minute.
100. $125.
And he plods on like nothing happened.
Incidentally, just having a look at that 1987 FA Cup final between Coventry and Tottenham.
I remember it well. Gary Mabbott was the captain of Tottenham.
96,000 people were there.
140.
It was a big occasion. I think the striker in Tottenham scored was Clive Allen, I think.
Indeed it was. Great
100.
play he was, wasn't he? Went to extra time. Gary Mabbott own goal in the 96th minute, winning it.
Yeah, that was
Coventry.
That was a really unlucky deflection.
Was that the first own goal in an FA Cup
30.
final? Or was it in 81?
I don't know, but the first keeper to save a penalty in a FA Cup final was Dave Besant the following year for Wimbledon.
140.
The infamous Crazy Gang beat the Culture Club game.
But if you spoke to John Aldridge now, he said, I wish I could take that penalty
82.
again.
Jensen, you've got 136.
Well, you never get a do-over in darts. Usually. But Jensen used one
128.
after a strange
Steve, you require
happening in the previous leg. And he's left himself on double four again.
$60. Jensen, you require 8.
To open up a 2-1 lead, Walker looking at double 4.
No
Well, this
score.
time all three stuck in the ball, but
CV
none could
required
find the
89.
intended target.
I love those facial expressions of players saying, how on earth have I missed that? Well, it's pretty simple. You've missed it because you didn't hit it.
73.
And Steve hasn't hit that. So
Jensen,
it's
you
second
require
down and 8.
8.
Well, this has been hard work on the
Game
outer
shown
ring for
the third
Jensen
leg.
Walker, but he
Jensen
eventually
Walker.
puts himself 2-1 to the goods.
Full flag, it's Jensen to throw first.
Been some
Game
great
on.
dart players from Coventry over the years. Kevin Dowling springs to mind. What a
Bounty hunter.
What a lovely
80.
chap he is. He's genuinely one of the nicest people you could ever talk to. And Warwickshire has seen so many great players over the years.
125.
I wonder if Jensen is aware of the footsteps he's following in from previous years.
38.
Steve Beaton, Andy Smith, Colin Fowler, Kevin Dowling, Ted Everts, Matthew Edgar. There are plenty more. Trina
59.
Gulliver forever will be the greatest player to play for Warwickshire.
137.
I've had a message from another player from Coventry, or supports Coventry, Adam Paxton. He's now on tour, isn't he?
Yeah, he does actually, doesn't he?
Saved a penalty from Phil Foden when he was an academy
58.
goalkeeper for Derby County.
Well, that's going to be the second biggest thing he's
100.
noted for after his darts career is finished. I'm trying to be positive, Adam.
Of course, Coventry played a big part in terms of darts
180.
during lockdown. A number of
Jensen
major
require
tournaments took place there, including
146.
Jose de Sousa's finest day. He won the Grand Slam there back in 2020.
Yeah, didn't he just?
96. Stevie require 141.
MVG won his last Players' Championship finals there as well.
Bradley Brooks on the World Youth there, didn't he?
Yeah, beat Joe, didn't he? Joe Davis.
101. Jensen, you require 50.
Now, don't leave yourself on double 4 this time, Jensen.
Game shown the full flag.
His
Jensen
nickname
Walker.
really should be Kid.
Fifth flag, it's Steve.
Anybody
to throw
who
first.
is older than 35
Game.
should probably get that particular reference, because the most famous DJ in the world when we were growing up was a North American DJ called Kid Jensen.
60.
He was all over the place. Kids programs, radio, he was everywhere.
59.
Radio DJs don't seem to have that kind of fame anymore, but they used to.
Trust me, there's no magic quite like the airwaves, Nico.
Well, you ask
135.
Steve Robertson, straight to his face, name me a famous radio DJ. The first one
90.
he would say would be Alan Robson. Northeast royalty. Get to those phones. That's what he used to say after 10 o'clock every night.
And that's the biggest shame, right? Local
59.
radio has unfortunately not got the prestige. Well, you know the Radio City famous building on Merseyside? That's getting knocked down.
58.
The famous tower.
Yeah, somebody's got to sign stuff like that off.
Do you remember every single Saturday, every local radio station in the country would cover their local team?
30.
Metro Radio cover Newcastle.
Yeah, Pete Graves used to work for Metro. He went to Century Radio as well, covered Newcastle with people like
100.
Nikolaou. And he did some stuff with Bob Moncur.
Well, Sam Matterface, who's now ITV's lead football commentator, was the voice of Portsmouth Football Club when Portsmouth won the FA Cup in 2008. And Alex Cook was his producer.
58.
He wanted the treble there to leave 100, didn't he? This one's still in the balance. It's not a classic game, but we are starting to see the nerves jangle a little bit.
100.
That one had a little bit of a look, didn't it?
36.
First match-winning chance.
100.
If Steve stutters,
Steve, you require
Walker
20.
can win.
And that is what the interceptor is hoping. And the game isn't going to be extending, not least at this particular turn. And Jensen Walker heads back to the drinks table, readies himself.
You require 36.
Ahead of 3 darts at double 18 to complete a 4-1 win and to put him on to 12 points and to put him within a win. On the wire, both of them. And further away with a third. No, he says. He can't believe he's missed 3 opportunities to win this match.
That second dart just kicked over a little bit. It wasn't a marker anymore.
Game show on the 5th flag.
Robertson didn't need a marker. Robertson. He just refuses to give in.
6th flag, it's Jensen to throw.
Well, there is a perplexed look on Jensen Walker's face right now.
$119.
It feels like Walker's fighting against panic at this present moment in time.
He's in a Group C situation like he was the last time he was here. He failed to get through it.
100.
In order to grow as a player, whether you're 51 or you're 18 years of age, it's actually constructive
58
to go through the same sort of rigmarole that you went through before, but succeed this time where you didn't prior to this. Because you can slay the ghost. And that's the job this afternoon for Jensen. He's going to be confronted with some very familiar emotions.
140.
If he does not make Saturday today, it becomes a mental hurdle that he will have to get over at some point.
84.
If he succeeds today, what happened last time will be a distant memory within a matter of days.
And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about in terms of Tommy Morris in the previous match, where for Jensen, a lot of the early things he was doing were all positives, were all bonuses. There was no pressure heaped on his shoulders. But a couple of experiences that hasn't quite got his way here. And at the lakeside, it does open up a seed of doubt, which previously just wouldn't have been there when you're coasting and you're free rolling. But this could be another game that goes all the way to a last leg decider. So far today, we've played 6 matches, 3 in the gone 4-3. This will be the 4th in 7 matches to go the distance if Robertson can win this leg.
85. Jensen, you require 150.
His first chance was to win this match with a 136.
96.
Here's his next one.
Steve, you require 116.
On 54. What a beautiful lie that is for a 57. Double top.
96.
Not quite. And this is just a little bit easier than his last opportunity
54.
when it wasn't 3 darts at a double.
Big miss on the big number. He readies himself ahead of his biggest dart of the week. Double 16 for 4-2. Double 16 for 12 points. And double 16 that's found.
Jensen Walker.
He steadied himself ahead of the biggest dart of his week and he found it. And Jensen Walker now is to within a win of booking a spot through to Saturday night's final. He had to come over some hurdles, some barriers there, but he's beaten Steve Robertson 4-2. Coming up after the break, Adam Mould takes on James Hubbard. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jensen Walker held on to a 4-2 win against Steve Robertson. Next up for us, James Hubbard up against Adam Mould. And there's a possibility that come the end of this one, we could see two players in cruise control of this group. Walker's moved on to 12. Mould can do the same with victory against James, which would put to an end any hopes he'd have of making it through, because the maximum he'd be able to get to is 10, and of course Mould and Walker would both be on 12. So, for that man in your picture, it is now or never.
It's going to have to be now.
57.
Win your last three. He's got Mould. He's got Nikolaou,
134.
which is a winnable game. And he's also got Robertson. So winnable matches if he can win this one as well. Mould got Robertson 2 in the next round.
125.
And he's got Tommy Morrison game 13. So it's very much up for interpretation. But the most important thing about this one is that if James loses, he is not going to qualify after being in a very strong position at this point yesterday, he's made minimal mistakes. He made one mistake in his previous match. He missed one dart at a double.
81.
To win it 4-0. After that, Tommy Morris took control. And the same could be said for his game against
60.
Jensen Walker. He missed one dart to win in the final leg. 2 darts have categorised his entire day.
Sometimes, even in this format where you
97.
play 10
Adam, you require
matches,
122.
that can be the small margins that separate success and failure. We've already seen a 1-2-2 today. But Adam Mould isn't going to do what Jensen Walker did against James Hubbard in his opening match of the day. And the other question you have to ask as well is, how hard has James been hit by what has happened so far today?
He'll be shaking a little bit. Wouldn't be human if he wasn't. You got to keep fighting.
Game show on the first leg.
Now it has to be in the next leg.
Adam Mould.
If there was one word to describe
Second leg is James
Adam
to throw
Mould's
first.
day today,
Game.
I think the word assured is the first one that springs to my mind. 2 wins, 91-89 average. The doubling's been decent in both matches. He's been reliable.
180.
Yeah, very much so. He's the only person to win a match today with the darts. Because the last 6 games have all been won against throw.
140.
James is hoping that continues. And what did Mould say this morning to you? He wanted to make sure that he took advantage of the fact that he's got the darts 3 times.
140.
This is the second time of 3 that he will have the throw in the odd-numbered legs.
100.
What a great leg this is. 41 after 9 is only good if you finish it off.
140. James, you've got 41.
And Mould is hot on his tail if this does not go. Tops. Well, he's just not
James
missing
on
that,
the
is he?
second
11
leg.
darter, Hubbard
James
back on
Hubbard.
terms. He's got a glimmer of hope. The flame is still
Third
a
leg, it's
flickering.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
Maybe seeing the colours that Adam's
91.
wearing are motivating James, because it's not the exact palette of blue that Ipswich Town wear. But we know there's a big rivalry between Norwich and Ipswich. James being a Norwich fan.
96. $140.
Quality wherever you look in this one. Only 2.5 legs in. This is really shaping up to be another great game involving James. 2 4-3s today.
140.
And he'll be wondering, why are people playing their best darts against me? Because they can see, James, that you're in pretty good nick. And he's still a scalp.
140.
And how many times do we say it? Players get targeted based on form, based on reputation, based on the way they play.
How many players in this group have played at the PDC World Championship?
Adam, you require 130.
How many of them have played at the Match Play? 1. How many of them have won the World Youth Championship? 1. All of them are
106.
James.
Mould leads double 12 after 12. And you feel like this is one of those matches where
140.
if you're going to
Adam,
break,
24.
you're going to have to do it in 4 visits. Because players
Game
are
shown
playing
the third
strongly
leg.
on throw
Adam
in this
Mould.
match. 14 data for Mould on the back of the 13 the leg
Fourth leg
before
is
for
James to
Hubbard.
throw first.
2-1 to Mould,
Game on.
averaging 101.12.
James is starting to feel like he's back on the Pro Tour here. That's the standard that's been thrown against him.
58.
For Adam Mould, that's a place that he's openly said he wants to get to this year because of a good start to the Challenge Tour season. He's put himself in a position where potentially he could be mixing it with the big guns.
Yeah, I think for his development,
177.
it's probably better for him to be high on that Challenge Tour Order of Merit, get invites and get a taste of it before it becomes a full-time thing. I don't think he's ready for the Pro Tour. I think he's a good year or two behind where he needs to be. If he has a brilliant 2025, I think he could be ready for 2026.
99.
But if he gets a few invites this year, just gets a sample of it on a regular basis, it would stand him in good stead for the future.
57.
He's taking the impetus in this game. Hubbard is averaging 101. And it's not enough.
58.
To put it in cricket terms, James Hubbard has been hitting fours, but has then seen the opponent in their innings just keep smashing sixes over the ropes. And he's on the ropes here.
167.
Also going to take out the 167. He could and probably should leave it handy from here.
93.
Finds the job with the last dart to leave himself on a 2-darter. Threatening the break of throw. Hubbard has to take this out. Simple as that.
That idea is gone.
$70. Adam, you require 74.
Single 20. Leaves tops. It's not a simple shot.
34.
And that's why.
James, you require 76.
Nearly hit Owen Binks. But Hubbard looking to hit back here and level this game up at 2-2. It's going to be one dart at Old Faithful. It's double top and he knows it's a big dart. That's why he steps back. But he cannot hit back.
Adam, you require 40.
Again, it's fine margins. One dart.
Game
Would have given him a 2-2
foreplay.
scoreline, but
Adam
because he misses that one shot, Mould extends.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
By the end of the campaign today, we could be talking about the fact that James missed 5 key darts at double
97.
in the entire group, which would have been the difference between elimination and qualification.
That is how cool this game can be at times.
180.
That's why I never understood the phrase, you got to be cruel to be kind.
134.
No, you don't. If you're cruel in a game of darts by taking out shots that your opponents leave you, that's not kind. That's just competitiveness.
140.
He could genuinely register 103 average in this match and lose
100.
by a distance.
But this is where timing and the timing of Adam Mould comes into play beautifully. When he's needed to elevate and step up, he has done exactly that.
Thinking about switching and then thinking he wants to take the one off the end at most, but
40.
he's done the right thing
Adam, you
there.
require 170.
Do you want to leave 140? Do you want to leave 141?
55.
Doesn't matter. It's still a big
James, you
shot.
require 141.
And you're going to have to take it.
Well, that could be the last competitive dart James Hubbard throws in this Group C, because Adam Mould comes back for a finish which can eliminate him from
83.
the race, eliminate from the mix, and to put himself onto 12 points and put himself back above Jensen Walker at the top of the table. And he's going to have a dart at double top to round it off with a ton plus checkout. James Hubbard is eliminated and Adam Mould heads back to the top of the table. Him and Jensen Walker now are in such a strong suit. They are both on 12 points and they are both edging closer towards a spot in Saturday's finale. What a contest. Both players averaged 99. 4 from 8 on the doubles for Adam Mould, including that 115 checkout to finish. Coming up after the break, Tommy Morris takes on the Cypriot, Andreas Nikolaou. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Adam Mould got the better James Hubbard by 4 legs to 1, sealing the deal with a 115 checker. That's eliminated James. It's put Adam Mould to the top of the pile. Tommy Morris, quite simply put, has to win. And if he doesn't against Andreas Nikolaou, both Adam Mould and Jensen Walker be in a position to go for if they win their next match. In fact, Jensen will be in that position to do so because he takes on Tommy Morris in the 4th round of
First leg,
fixtures.
it's Tommy to throw
But
first.
meetings against Andreas Nikolaou have not always been fruitful for Tommy Morris.
100.
This has been somewhat of a bogey fixture for the gun over the course of the 4 days in this group.
Yeah, it's 2-2, isn't it? He will not care
140
about the previous 4 games now. This will feel like an elimination match for Tommy.
60.
get the 2 points, get to 10, get 2 points behind Mould and Walker. He's still got Mould to play. That's a good thing.
96.
He's still got Walker to play. That's a good thing. It's still in his hands. If there's a time to find your best darts of the week, it's right now. And here's the best thing about it. He's got this game, a 1-game break, then a game and a 1-game break and another game. So it's game on, game off. Time-wise,
57.
this is about 90 minutes separating him from Saturday night if he can just get it right.
Off to the quickest start of the pair. Now, we saw in Andreas' previous match against Steve Robertson that it took him a little while in the leg to get going. It took him to his 4th visit to find anything tangible. He won't be afforded that luxury here because Tommy Morris kicks off a 96 checkout and a 14 dart leg.
Second against Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Starts don't come much better than that when you've got the darts.
100.
Andreas is not going to be playing in Saturday night this week. I wouldn't be surprised if
55.
he does stick around to watch it, just to get a flavour of what he could be shooting for in the future. Some people have done that every time they come. They see the Saturday night as aspirational, but when they don't make it in the future, they see
60.
what could have been theirs. It's actually quite smart.
Michel van der Horst enjoyed his Saturday night so much when watching that he's actually part of a promotional VT. Him and Patrick Mart. Alongside 2 blokes who had T-shirts that said "That's Modus baby" on it.
42.
Wonder if they have been back since.
I don't think they have. They enjoyed it that much.
140.
I just presumed they were part of the Jimmy Van Schie army.
Everybody's a part of the Jimmy Van Schie army. Sure, we'll see Jimmy here before too long.
58.
In Series 10, one of the most popular and successful players of 2024, the Live Lounge. 3 weekly wins for him.
140.
He didn't play at the last Champions Week, though, because he played at Lakeside.
So he's going for 4 straight weekly titles.
121. Tommy Brook, 81.
There aren't many people who have actually got 4 weekly titles. Double 12.
57.
Not just yet.
Require 120.
But he might be hoisted. And we mentioned things have not come easy against Andreas this week. And of course he finds the 120 to make things awkward.
Andreas Nikolaou.
Nikolaou will not allow Tommy Morris any crumbs of comfort whatsoever.
Where do you think a really good holiday destination for Andreas is?
45.
If he wanted to go to Southeast Asia. Laos. Yeah, country in between. Is it Burma and Vietnam?
24. $85.
He's been wearing all black all week. Maybe that's his thing. Seen a few different
55.
colours on the back of Tommy Morris.
100.
In all blue today, but looking to channel the inner spirit of the cherries. Looking to propel himself up the table
100.
and possibly make his way through to Champions Week as opposed to the Champions League in Bournemouth's case.
96.
Let's be honest. It doesn't matter how well Bournemouth do this season. they're probably going to lose half their squad in the transfer market in the summer because those players are going to be gunned for.
60.
Dare I say their manager as well, Iriola.
Bless you.
137.
Great leg from Tommy. Let's get away from the cherries for a while.
Tommy required 38.
Because right now, Tommy's looking to break his duck.
No score.
And what I mean by that
Andreas,
is
you
not
require
making Saturday for the
164.
first time. He want to be the person that we're speaking to on Saturday night with a trophy in his hand.
He's going to get another free to pick apart this leg.
60.
And I just wonder whether there's a decision to be had as well. He went straight for the double 19 last time. He's going to go straight for it and straight in this time. Morris back in front 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
But the problem Tommy's having is, as we mentioned in the previous leg, he's in control of the match in a scoring stake. But he's not in control in terms of the scoreline. He's just allowing Andreas
41.
to creep up in legs.
How are the engines of these two players? They're playing their fifth day now.
95.
This is match 23 of what's been a very fierce week.
140.
They look okay to me. But the one thing we can't see is how they're feeling mentally.
140.
So much for the physical side. It's that
60.
mental side, isn't it? The exhaustion of what is quite a long week coming to play at this point in proceedings.
99.
They'll be okay, or Tommy will be okay if he gets it tomorrow, because you've got the natural adrenaline of a Saturday night, but it's this passage of the week which can become treacherous for those who play the 5 days.
Very much so.
60. Tommy required 167.
He's got to take the advantage here and run with it. Can't afford any slip-ups.
45.
That hasn't worked out very well. He knows it. But in moments like this, you've got to accept that you've not done your best.
60.
And just take care of the next problem,
122.
which is this. Don't go for the treble. In that moment, going for the treble 18,
72.
he's just a bit too risky.
140.
And let's face it, if he hits the treble, he's got double 7 when your opponent's on 140.
60. Tommy required 50.
Double top.
40. Andreas
Things could be getting sticky again.
80.
And so Andreas here has got an opportunity to nick another leg.
40.
The tops
Tommy
goes
required
wide of the mark, and
10.
Morris is going to come back for 3 more to get the break, which gives him a 2-leg buffer. Doesn't go.
6.
And so Andreas looks at
require
tops. He's got
40.
3 in his hand to level this game up at 2-2. A contest which Tommy Morris should be well clearing. Could be off the hockey potentially. But he's
Game's on the
embroiled.
fourth leg.
And we are level.
Andreas
Desmond.
Nikolaou.
2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on. $100.
That game yesterday, it was won by Andreas. 4 legs to 2. It was not a good game.
40.
Standard from Andreas is exactly the same, mid-70s. Tommy's playing better. But like you said, Henry, he's embroiled again.
140.
2 from 11 for Tommy Morris on the outer ring compared to 2 from 4 for Andreas. That is where the lingering difference lies in this match. Tommy's had opportunities to win this 4-zip, to be off the stage
140.
in next to no time at all. But he's also got a problem here where he
100.
saved himself a trouble with the last dive. If he came up dry there, there's a possibility that with a big score, Andreas could have really asked questions. He could still ask questions in this leg, depending on what he can do and depending on what
100.
Morris can do
Tommy
from
with
here.
161.
Only 60 points in it, but Morris gets first poker to finish.
64.
It's amazing how things can change in such a little amount of time. First start, right, things are good. 2 darts later, you're thinking, what have I done that for?
139. Tommy with
Well, this is a game that is now open for interpretation. Going double-double, doesn't get it.
19.
And then persevere with the last dart on the double as well. Tommy Morris is more than embroiled now. He's having a battle not just with his opponent, but seemingly with himself.
He shouldn't be sitting on 78 now. That second dart at double 19. That's the kind of board management that needs to be completely extinguished.
42. Tommy
Or
with
should I say
178.
extinguished from his game. Can he put it right? He can.
Game shown the
And you've got to
fifth
give him
way.
credit for that.
Tommy Morris.
But he put himself in the corner because of bad board management.
Six-legged Andreas to throw first. Game on.
But it turns out there's 2 things you don't put in a corner. Baby and the gum. Tommy Morris looking to
140.
finish off what I suppose has been a bit of dirty darting at times.
125.
Whether Tommy believes it or not, he's actually going through an experience this week which is very valuable.
99.
Because nothing is coming easy. If he can get used to the fact that this is the way it's going to be,
125.
he'll be more prepared for the future. If you steamroll people for 3 days or 5 days or 6 days, you feel good, you feel confident, but what did you learn?
97.
Not a lot. You've learned that you can dominate people, but when things get sticky,
100.
you need to be able to rely on yourself to do things that you didn't do before, or maybe learn to do things differently so you can
55.
thrive
Tommy about
in different
151.
circumstances. He is learning on the fly.
But when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and Tommy Morris has
100.
found himself in the rough at times, but he
110.
may get himself out of a hole. He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12 for the match, unless Nikolaou can find trouble 19 bull, and he's not going to. Well, this has been
63.
tumultuous work
Tommy
at
Robertson,
times for
51.
Tommy Morris, but he has an opportunity to win the game right here, right now, if he can find double 16. Nikolaou sipped the rest of his water. He thinks this goes, but he's been
19.
given a glimmer of
Andreas
hope.
require 47.
And Andreas has been good on the finishing in this game, 2 from 4. And he's going to get 2 more. And he
Game
takes
shot on the
it with the
sixth
very
leg.
first dart.
Andreas Nikolaou.
And we go all the way. So far today,
Seventh and final leg.
we
It's
have
Tommy
played
to throw
9
first.
matches.
Game on.
Half of them have gone for free.
And when the game between these two is close,
100.
it is won by the Cypriot. 4-0 on Monday and Tuesday for Morris. Andreas could not lay a glove on him. But since
100.
they played on Wednesday when Andreas won by 4 legs to 3, it seems as if Nikolaou was sticking around like a bad smell.
60.
He is lingering in the background. And this, by the way, is music. Sweet music to Adam Mould and Jensen Walker. If Morris can slip up here, they just need to win one of their remaining 2,
40.
and they are home and hose. And Jensen can put the final nail in for Tommy Morris because that's who he plays in a couple of matches' time. But again, this would be a game where
85.
Tommy Morris will feel like he should win but could come up on the reverse. He lost to Steve Robertson earlier, and if he's not careful, Andreas Nikolaou can pay dividends to him too.
There's two players who haven't won today yet for very different reasons. Nikolaou hasn't won because people have beaten him into the ground. James Hubbard hasn't won because everybody's played brilliantly against him and he's made minimal errors. The same result
56.
with two very different recipes. That's the bare minimum. It gets him to a finish, but it's not a finish he wanted.
That last start, to a certain extent, looked almost resignatory. Nikolaou here has got to look at the body language of Tommy Morris and think this man is there for the taking, because he is.
Tommy require 170.
It is going to be their last meeting. And considering it's 2-2 for the week,
45.
it doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of the table, but you do want to be someone who beats your opponent overall for the week. Morris may only have one more shot to get 2 points in this match.
41.
And he's had 2 darts to win it already.
125.
Tops. And that would have been some way to rescue what is quite simply put a desperate situation for him. He's had a match start at tops. Nikolaou was the width for a while away from having a match start himself. Tommy Morris, to get himself out of jail, looks at double top. 2 10s. It's tense. It is tense for Tommy. And he cannot find.
Andreas require.
And his arch nemesis for the week, Andreas Nikolaou, has an opportunity to win his 3rd match against Tommy Morris. If he can find double top. Double 10. He moves all the way across. And finds a way through.
The match. Andreas Nikolaou.
Tommy Morris cannot believe it. He had opportunities to win this game twice over, but 15 missed darts at a double was the reason why he lost it. Andreas Nikolaou, when presented an opportunity, took it. He beats Morris 4-3. Adam Mole can book his place through if he beats Steve Robertson after these commercial messages. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Whitlock! Right, this is what we've seen so far on this Friday afternoon. As you can see, only 2 games going with the throw, and they've both been won by Adam Mould. He's top of the table alongside Jensen Walker on 12 points. Any win for them in their next match, they are into Saturday's final. And Adam Mould's in action now. He takes on Steve Robertson in our 10th game of the session, and we are about to get underway in it. For Robertson, well, he's on 2 of his 3 matches today. It's been a very, very good day for Longshanks, but for Adam Mould, well, you have to say he had been the player of the day so far, and he saved his best performance for his last one against James Hubbard, averaging 99.33, 4 from 8 on his doubles, and a 115 checkout to boot. It's game 10, it's game on. Paul Nicholson is alongside me in the commentary box.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Just because you're top of the table and you've got 2 games left, you win one of them, you're through, doesn't mean the job is done.
55.
Not that I'm saying that we have the power here, Henry, but the job isn't done until we say it's done. It's about as much power as we have in this building. But having the throw here,
70.
it is the last time that Adam will have it in a qualifying group like this week. He's got to make the most of it. It looks like he might.
180.
And he does. His 180 hitting has been prolific. 7 in his first couple of games. Didn't get one against James Hubbard, but on the train right away here.
30. $58.
Yeah, things aren't as easy as they may appear. Because yesterday, at this stage, Adam was starting to falter.
85.
But he does look more sprightly today, that's for sure. Did beat Robertson yesterday by 4 legs to 0.
41.
It was a combination of Adam playing well and Robertson playing poorly. What he would give for that to happen again.
60. Adam, you have acquired 167.
Doesn't need to go for it.
142.
And he says to us, who cares? I wanted to have it anyway.
It's one of those weird positions because Steve's on 256. It's an awkward one as to whether you go for it because you feel like it or whether it's enough distance for you just to set it up and keep it handy because
100.
your opponent's
Adam,
not too far away.
It really doesn't matter as long as you take it the next visit, which he does.
Game shot on the first leg. Adam Mould.
All departments are clicking right now.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
His doubles have been so consistent today. 4 out of 8. 4 out of 12. 4 out of 8. And
95.
What's to say that he doesn't get another weekly title in the next 30 hours or so?
58.
Because his last one was at the start of the year, 2 years ago. This might be the right time of year for him.
Maybe he's like Danny Jensen, somebody who likes to start a season very well. I don't think anybody starts a season better than Danny Jensen.
60.
Well, unless you ride Searle.
Well said.
But there is so much mould around this place that Kim Woodburn is
85.
probably going to turn up in a minute and have an inspection of the venue.
I really didn't know where you were going to go with that.
Kim Woodburn's from Portsmouth. From How Clean Is Your House?
Now that you mention it, I can believe that.
60.
Did she ever rock with Gino De Campo in the I'm a Celebrity Jungle?
You are asking the wrong
96.
person. I don't watch that. I've got a life.
Well, Adam Old is thinking, get me into Saturday night, and he's 3 legs away from doing that. But Steve Robertson has made
180.
life awkward everywhere he's gone. He's doing the same here to Adam Old.
95.
Robertson,
Steve, you
106.
require 106.
To square this contest up at 1 apiece. Mould, remember, missed to dart the ball for the 167 in the previous leg, and he's going to get a look in at it if Robertson cannot find double 16. But he gets it for the
Game shot, the second
106.
leg. Steve Robertson.
And we are back on terms at 1 apiece.
So look, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $140.
The motivation for Steve might be, I want my best day of the week. 6 points on Wednesday. Get a couple more wins for today. And leave with a very respectable 4 wins from 5 on your last day at the Super Series for now. Wearing a new pair of shoes today as well. Another pair of Bobby Dazzlers.
57.
They look a little bit more comfortable than the ones he's been wearing the last 4 days, but they've still got that pattern on them. Where'd you get a pair of shoes like that?
The next sale.
135.
Probably not.
They are a pair of Bobby Dazzlers, aren't they? Can't be a good pair of shoes, Nico, can ya?
140.
I think the less I say about your footwear today, the better. I've already had my say. The only thing those shoes need to see is the bin.
140.
Well, Adam Mould is looking to be a shoe-in terms of Saturday night's final. And he's looking for another one of them. To leave the bullseye. For the 164, it was the 106 of Robertson in the previous leg. And the Whitlock one, the ball separated ball for a 164 of his own. But invert the numbers around. Robertson was looking for the 146, isn't going to find.
94.
He hasn't found the 164 or the 167 on the bolt, but he has found this in leg 1. Hang about.
Steve, you require 52.
Just when you think we've figured this table out, someone is trying to throw petrol on the fire.
42.
Run out of gas.
Adam, you require 4.
Opportunities to break have come and gone for Steve. Mould looking to hold. But he's got 1 left at double 2. And that, as you can see from an overhead angle, is awkward.
No score.
Clips between the barrel of the first
Steve,
2
you
and cannot
require
find a diversion in.
That could be a marker.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve Robertson.
Starting to figure out how Robertson's darts work here. He can glance through and cushion the darts underneath just like that. It's a very difficult thing to do. But he's starting to master it, especially on double five.
Maybe not a case of fives keeping him alive, but double five putting himself in
60.
front. And suddenly, he could put another spanner in the works of another player, Steve Robertson. And all of a sudden, if Adam Old loses this game,
60.
and Jensen Walker loses to Tommy Morris, we've suddenly got a bit of a grandstand finish. And Tommy's last two games is against Jensen and Adam. So Mouldy could find himself against the parapet somewhat.
100.
If you have just joined us here on Pluto TV, this is game 10 of 15. 5 more to go after this. And then we'll be back for 10 more tonight from 10 o'clock as Group B comes to a close. The situation as far as things stand here, Adam Mould and Jensen Walker both on 12 points. They're both in the qualifying positions. Tommy Morris, the only other player that can have a realistic chance of making it through. The only player who can mathematically make it through. But he is going to have to beat both Walker and Mould in his final 2 matches to do exactly that.
It'd be really frustrating for someone like James Hubbard today, who's played really well at times. It feels like he's been involved in all the good games.
140.
If he'd been involved in matches with his opponents at different times today, it might be so different. But darts just isn't that fair. One game, you might lose with a 99 average, and then you see somebody win
95
with a 76.
81.
Darts is weird.
It's a bonkers game, and it could be a game here that's level. Mould sees that he has to attack it, but he has drifted that low.
49. Steve, you're required
That's himself on 32 if Robertson cannot take out the 98. And this is to put him into a 3-1 lead in this match. Just below. 78 left, treble 18, double 12.
There was an argument for treble 20, double 9 there.
Adam, you require 32. Game
Doesn't
shot
miss
the
this time.
flag. Adam Mould.
Throw regained.
5th leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $43.
It could all be said and done. Adam wins 2 of the next 3 legs. And Walker beats Tommy Morris next. We'd have 4 games, knowing who the 2 are going through. With Simon Whitlock, remember. He's been through for a couple of days now. He's going to be fresh as a daisy come Saturday night. And he knows a thing or two about playing Saturday nights. He's been doing it for the last 20 years.
And we know Simon will be peering in and out as well. So he will be seeing how tumultuous a time everybody else has had. This could be a week. One of those weeks where the Group A player that wins that group could actually have the benefit. Because, let's be blunt. Absolutely blunt. Both the sessions yesterday ran long. This session's running long. There's been a lot of match time in the 2 groups. Simon's going to be fresh, and I think that freshness could work a wonder for him.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you.
180.
And you can't argue with that. 3rd maximum of the match. And Robertson's got 2 of them.
60. Steve, you're requiring
What
121.
is happening in this game? Is this a lifeline for Tommy Morris potentially? this juncture, we've got to say that Morris has still got to play Walker and Mould. But he could do with a favour from Big Steve.
81.
In fact, he needs the favour.
$95.
So
Steve
Robertson looking
Iroquois,
at tops of the break
40.
and a 3-2 lead.
Game
Suddenly
from
Adam
the
Mould
fifth
is
leg.
in serious
Steve
bother.
Robertson.
If he loses this game, he takes on Tommy Morris.
Sixth leg, it's
And
Steve.
if Tommy
to throw
beats
first.
Jensen,
Game.
okay, he's got an advantage in terms of legs difference, but that could be a knockout match. Potentially. And crucial as well, Robertson broke this. He has the darts to win it 4-2 here.
100.
When this whole thing is something we talk about over a cup of tea or a cup of coffee,
43.
we talk about week 2 of Series 10. When we reference Steve Robertson, I get the feeling we're going to say he couldn't start groups well, but he could finish them well. This is the same as Group A.
95.
He must be thinking, what could have been this week?
And that needed to be a 140, didn't it? He's still lagging. And he's still in trouble. Big trouble.
136.
Robertson's on a finish after 9 on foe. Mould has to hit big, has to hit a max and leave himself on a finish. He may just do exactly that.
120.
Well, that's the worst possible time
Steve
for
Iroquois,
Robin Hood.
170.
And Robertson now has 6 in his hand to win the match. And suddenly, Adam Mould may be put amidst the tungsten tightrope.
96.
That's a great last start. That 57 almost ensures that he's going to get a match opportunity.
98.
As long as he doesn't miss his
Steve Iroquois,
singles.
74.
A 14, a 20 and a tops. Oh, that's not the worst thing in the world. That leaves 47.
That leaves double top.
Game
Steve Robertson
shot
is
and the
at it
man.
again.
Steve Robertson.
Another big upset win. And this time it is against Adam Mould, whose stronghold in terms of qualification is a little bit more slippery than perhaps we once suggested. He'll be lurking over his shoulder and looking at the results of Jensen Walker and Tommy Morris after the break very, very interestedly. Join us in a couple of moments. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion, is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Whitlock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Steve Robertson beat Adam Mole by 4 legs to 2.
It's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
No messing about when Jensen, Walker and Tommy Morris are at the hockey, and they're going to get us underway for our 11th match of the session.
140.
Jensen wins, he goes through, and he takes Adam Mould through with him because Tommy Morris would only be able to get to 10 points in this particular group. Because obviously he's playing this game.
57.
And what do you expect from this particular contest, Paul Nicholson?
That's a difficult one to call.
96.
Because they've both had some adversity very recently. Walker, even though he beat Robertson in Game 7,
140.
he lost to Mould in Game 4, so it hasn't all gone his way today.
80. Jensen, you're back 164.
I think Jensen would like to get this done and dusted.
100.
He doesn't want it to go down to Game 15, trust me.
40. Jensen, you're back 164.
88.
48.
I'm
Tommy,
such joy.
148.
And this really is a quick-fire game compared to some of the other ones we've seen. This is like darts and fast forward.
140. Jensen, you're back 116.
Jensen's had an up and down time of it on the doubles today. Has to loop it over the top. That's how blocked the bed is.
No
that
score.
wasn't a bad dart.
Tommy,
but his
8.
troublesome time on the doubles continues.
Game show on the first.
Well, that's a freebie.
Tommy Morris.
When someone offers you a freebie like that, you've got to take it.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
You've got to take it and run with it. That's for sure. Tommy's got 2 problems. He's 4 points behind. His leg difference
60.
Started at 8 behind. It's not just about winning.
95.
He's going to have to win by a few margins. And what I mean by a
60.
few is, in a few legs, he's going to have to take his chances more critically than he has done pretty much the entire week.
140.
He's doing exactly what he has to in this leg. He is racing ahead, trying to make Jensen dizzy. He's not comfortable.
59. Tommy Buckhorn, 127.
And Tommy has to take full advantage of this. But the problem is, the other way round is when you see an opponent do that, you can almost then fall into the same trap because you try and punish the opponent panicking as much.
45. Tommy
And
required
you
42.
get boiled into that.
Well, this is where you've got to be in your own bubble and just do what you do. Like that.
Game shot on the second leg. Tommy Morris.
Be oblivious. That's
So
what
that
my
gets
advice to
Jensen to
Tommy
throw
would be right
first.
now if I
Game
was able to give him some. It's a bit like playing Richie Burnett.
97.
You know there are going to be arm flails and animated follow-throughs and some sort of gesticulation.
83.
So, just let him do it. You do your own thing.
121.
Tommy's playing himself right now.
140.
So what, some of the moves on the last start in this game, you could mistake Jensen Walker for Richie Burnett.
59.
I wonder if he's feeling a little bit uncomfortable in his right side. He's tapped his right shoulder a couple of times, and that brings up something that came up in Darts News over the last 24 hours
98.
about Michael Smith. Apparently he's got a lot of stuff that's wrong with him. Arthritis in his hand, and that is not good. He's like a jack-in-a-box at the minute.
60.
Yeah, we wish Michael well in his recovery. It's a good thing he's not in the Premier League this year.
44.
He shouldn't be in the World Series.
164.
He needs to program everything properly this year to make sure that he's A, healthy, and B,
58.
healthy to play if that's possible.
36.
But Morris here is going to leave
96,
himself
Jensen,
on a double to
106.
go 3-0 up unless Jensen Walker has a 106 up his sleeve. He potentially could do. He does
Game
do.
shot on the third
double
leg.
13 goes.
Jensen Walker.
A leg which at times he was really, really struggling.
Four leg, it's Tommy to throw
Jensen
first.
Walker
Game on.
has found a 106 from out of nowhere to get a leg on the board.
49.
That leg has sent Adamol through, incidentally.
140.
we shouldn't be shocked that Adam is going to be in Saturday night.
100.
It's going to be a big threat. Where did that 106 come from?
100.
I don't know. I honestly do not know. Because, let's be honest about it, we were
95.
having serious concerns about Jensen throughout the course of that leg up until that moment. But credit to this young man. He's 18 years old, and there's
128.
players probably double his age and seniority that would have buckled in that situation.
40. Jensen, you've got 133.
It's changed everything about this game.
82.
Now he's picking off trebles down south to take the pressure off his next visit. It's happened twice in a row.
57. Jensen, you've got 51.
44 left. Double 16 for 2-2 in a flash.
35. Tommy, you require 100.
But as quickly as he had an opportunity to level up, it's as quickly as he could be 2 behind again. But Morris isn't going to take out
77.
the 160. And so
Jensen, you
Walker
require 60.
to square up, 2 8s.
Same problem.
No score.
No. Tommy
Tommy, you require 83.
unwrapped a gift in leg 1. This is not a gift, but it can be unwrapped on double 17.
34 left.
Almost
49.
starting serendipity there.
Jensen, you require 16.
The biggest passage of play
Game shot on
in
the
this
fourth
match.
leg.
And Jensen Walker finds the double 8, and we are level again at 2-2.
Fifth leg is Jensen to throw first. Game on. $131.
I feel like I've watched 2 games already.
we've
60.
commentated on thousands of matches together, but I've not seen one which, in the space of 4 legs, has had such a dramatic shift as
43.
this.
Do you know what this game reminds me of? The first half of Aston Villa Celtic this week.
95.
A blistering start for Tommy, like Aston Villa had, and then all of a sudden it's 2-2 and Celtic are level. Celtic being Jensen Walker.
140.
And we don't know what's going to happen next.
Well, Tommy Morris won't feel like he's going to win this
100.
4-2 like Aston Villa did at Villa Park on Wednesday night. But you have to give credit to this young man.
60.
Because he looked like he was in all sorts of bother and he's found a way out of it.
I don't know what was happening.
59. Jensen, you require 120.
It's like he'd lost his feel and then somebody had switched it back on again.
55.
I suppose that's one of the reasons why we worry about this wrist flexion in his action.
59.
It's very
Jensen,
erratic.
you require 72.
It may be ironed out over the course of time. He needs the ball.
47. Tommy, you require 128.
Almost hit the red button. Button.
86. Jensen, you require 25.
Now it's Tommy Morris's turn to go through the motions. 88.
17.
Jensen Walker's had
Tommy,
2
require
opportunities
42.
to lead this darts match for the first time. Failure to find a tumultuous target has given Tommy Morris 2 at double 16,
10.
and he fluffs his lines too.
Jensen, you require 8.
He's giving him too many shots now.
Game shot.
And
the
Tommy's
fifth
running
leg.
out of bullets.
Jensen Walker. 6th leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I think he's starting to believe that this is just not going to be his week.
81.
It's felt like there's been a point in this game where both players have been in a pinball machine and their heads have been
137.
all over the place, pushed from pillar to post.
100.
Even in pinball, when you do everything right, you can still lose. Because that ball can drop vertically in between the two,
100.
whatever they're called. And you just press the button and you can't hit the ball.
85.
Bumpers.
We haven't got time for it,
190.
but I feel like I need to lie down after this match.
82.
You're going
Jensen,
nowhere, Dean.
145.
There's still 4 more matches after this. Still got to put people through. And Jensen Walker is very
93.
close to that.
Tommy Rock 153. 93.
Tommy
Jensen
is on the
Rock
verge
52.
of elimination. It could be all said and done.
Double 14.
24.
Jensen Walker
Tommy
has
Rock
had
60.
2 qualification darts. Tommy Morris is still alive, but just. His
Game
hopes
shot
hung
the
on
sixth
1
leg.
dart at double 10, and
Tommy
he
Morris.
finds double 10. This incredible match,
7
which
from
has
final
ebbed
against
and
Jensen to
flowed
throw
one way,
first.
then
Game
another,
on.
has got a crescendo, and even he doesn't quite know what's happening out there.
All he said there was 4-3.
96.
It's happened all week. He is sick of the sight of 4-3 scorelines.
Tommy Morris
130.
has played 4 games today. All 4 have gone to a 7th and deciding leg.
59.
Case in point. It's not just today. It's all week.
104. 42.
Jensen Walker has just been so good in clutch situations over the last couple of days.
95.
And he is being again. But there's still a job to do. He doesn't want to have to beat
100.
his last
Jensen
opponent to get
72.
through. He just wants to get it done here.
Double 6 now to seal it. Jensen
Game
Walker
shot and the
eventually
match.
crosses the
Jensen
finishing
Walker.
line. The interceptor is into the final, but boy, did he make it tumultuous at times. He beats Tommy Morris 4-3. Hubbard Nikolaou is next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where everything is now
That's
sealed.
right,
Jensen
James
Walker is
to
through
throw
alongside
first.
Adam Mould.
Game on!
So, do you know what we're going to do, Nico? We're going to enjoy the last 4 matches. Without any stress, any tension, just safe in the serenity that we know who is through.
100.
Yeah, it's Whitlock, it's Mould, it's Walker. Half the field have been secured. It is slightly harsh on
36.
James. He has not won a game today. He's the only person who hasn't won. And these have been his averages. 90. 99. And he did average 80 against Tommy Morris in a
93.
game where he was 3-0 up and he had one match start to win 4-0. This is a day that he will feel slightly aggrieved by. And I can understand that.
This place is
34.
horrible at times.
What I will say is he's not going to qualify for Saturday, but James Hubbard has really impressed me this week.
$126.
Now he wants to go out with a couple of wins. He's got Robertson in game 14 and this one. And Nikolaou's got the same sort of parting shot.
75.
He's got Hubbard now and he's got Walker in the last match. That's going to be a lap of honour for Jensen.
150.
And now the pressure's off, we might actually see from James just how sharp he can be.
Double 16 for the opening leg, and what a start it's been. He's left it after a dozen darts. Nikolaou
Game shot
caught in no man's land.
James
Hubbard a leg to the goods. 13 darter.
Second leg is Andreas to throw first.
So is this the right time to tell a James Hubbard story from when we used to share a room together on tour?
As long as it's appropriate for broadcast.
Yeah, it is. He used to have this habit, and I do believe it's a habit to this day. He used to drive me up the wall. So he had a penchant for a certain type of fizzy drink that was very bright in colour.
100.
He'd go and get one from the vending machine and bring it back to the room. And at first I thought, well, nothing wrong with that. And then after a little while of sharing a room with him, I started to realise that he wouldn't drink the bottom half of the bottle. And there was one night, I believe it might have been in Barnsley, where we're both in the room. We'd played in a tournament. That day we just wanted to relax, watch some TV and have a chat. And there were 3 half bottles of fizzy drink on the side.
140.
I'm thinking, well, why is he not drinking the bottom half of these bottles? And he says, I'm going to the vending machine to get a bottle of pop. And I said, what's wrong with them? And he said, don't ask. By the end of the trip, there were 6 bottles that had half left. And he would only drink the top half. Still don't know why he does it. He used to drive me up the wall.
65.
So are those bottles half full or half empty?
I think you're kind of missing the point here, Henry. As someone who's worked in the hospitality trade in the past, I don't like waste.
157. James Rivercoy, 114.
We're going to be sipping from the traditional cup here. Looking for 54 and tops.
Andreas has already had a 120 to his name today. And he'll now be looking at the ton to level up
100.
at 1 apiece. Tops. Doesn't get. Hubbard's going to get 2 for the break and a 2-0 lead.
James Rivercoy, 56.
Double top. Been good to him. On the whole, anyway.
Game on the second leg. James Hubbard.
Just looks really tidy, doesn't it? He is not far away from
James
reaching another level.
Game on.
He's just made 2 legs at the start of this contest, averaging 97, look really simple. I really do believe that if his confidence builds in a sustainable way over the next few months and he comes back in Series 11, I can see him making a Saturday.
100.
I wasn't sure what we were going to get from him last year when he came back. This has been better than the last time. And if that's not a win, then call me crazy. In your opinion, has Andreas played better this week than in the ADC Global?
Don't know. I think Andreas is a player that's playing at a baseline which is fairly much the same. And I think for him, the next stage of his development
59
is to turn what a 76, 77, 78 averages for days into 81s and 82s. Just the small incremental steps. I think there is a player in there. But we mentioned it with the likes of Craig Galliano in the past, that because of the geography, because of where he plies his trade, it could be difficult to get better because the opposition around him isn't as good as he is.
95.
And the more he plays in this kind of clientele, the better he will become. I think he's at an okay level. a level which is really good in Cyprus, and I think there's a player there.
93.
I think we need to give him the benefit of time to take him to the next level.
Is that your way of saying he's got to move to Norwich to get better? To play players like this?
Portsmouth.
135.
No, he can't move to Portsmouth. There's nowhere to park. Double 16.
52.
And now Hubbard's got a chance of 3-0.
Requires 70.
Ooh, that's a nice accident. If he gets the single 6, he's going to have to go single bull. This way, it's out of ring.
50. Andreas requires 16.
To half the deficit. Here comes double 8. One more.
Game
In
on
it
the third leg.
goes.
Andreas Nikolaou.
Back to 2-1. Back on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, Andreas has been competitive in most of the games he's played this week. There's been the odd 4-0 here or there, but he's always kept opponents guessing, even if he hasn't been at the top of his game.
42.
I can't take my eyes off his right shoulder when he throws. It doesn't look comfortable. You look at the right shoulder of Hubbard. When that arm comes through, it doesn't move.
60.
It's almost as if the action stops at the shoulder joint. It's all forward motion with the upper arm and the lower arm. It's such a good technique, but look at the right shoulder of Nikolaou here.
60.
It's so up and down.
You wouldn't have seen last time, but he wore a blue shirt, which actually made things more pronounced. It looks like his shoulder almost pops out of joint as he brings it back. Now, you remember
91.
Twist and Pulse from Britain's Got Talent years ago? They were a group where they could do such weird things with their body. Their arms would go in all sorts of places, which is quite repugnantly sickly. There's almost a sense of that where the arm, the shoulder gets pulled back out of socket, out of joint, it feels like. It's quite the optical illusion.
That really doesn't sound like something I'd want to watch.
I'll show you in the break.
Please don't.
43.
Otherwise, I'm going to force feed you to watch The Substance with Demi Moore. Yeah, one of my colleagues asked me to watch that movie. Oh, it's brilliant. You should watch it. Oh, okay. I watched it and I didn't sleep that night.
And there'll be no sleeping tonight either on the job, because we are back from 10 o'clock this evening for the conclusion to Group B.
140.
Hubbard with that 140 there, puts himself on a finish looking for another break.
Oh, this is good.
139.
Needs to finish also, but it's still at advantage Hubbard. Trying to put this one in the cupboard.
$60.
There is actually a famous golfer called Hubbard. Mark Hubbard. He's synonymous with his very small putter.
96. James, you require 107.
107 for Hubbard to open up a 3-1 lead. He's on the green. Can he chip it into the hole?
59.
So Andreas
you require 58.
was 2-0 down in this match. He could level up. They're 2-2 here. Double top. This goes.
Game shown the fourth.
Was it ever
Andreas
in
Nikolaou.
doubt? Level at 2-2. Hubbard has had opportunities here to see him off.
It really does feel like Andreas is defying the rules here, because he's still averaging 78. Hubbard has had better numbers this entire match.
58.
But has found himself losing the last two legs. It's just plain weird. Is he playing from the same rule book as us?
26.
With some of the things that's happened in this group today, I don't know what's conventional, what's logic.
He's got that 60 surrounded. Struggled a little bit yesterday, he said, with reaching the 60. A lot of his first starts were low. It has been better today.
123.
But surely the job from here is to make sure that he's got points before the end of the day, because considering how well he's played at times, he couldn't surely leave with 0 points.
134.
That would be simply unjust.
$81.
Who have Norwich City got this weekend? I wonder if they can cheer him up.
Oh, let's have a look.
60.
Well, they're definitely not playing Portsmouth because they've got Burnley tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck trying to score against those guys.
Oh, okay. Interesting game. They're up at Vicarage Road tomorrow. They take on Watford in the early kick-off.
Battle of the Yellow. Interesting.
Rumours to be correct. Tom Cleverley could lose his job if Watford lose tomorrow. That just sums up, by the way Watford Football Club is run.
139.
What's for me to say?
$24. James, you require 50.
Single 10 for tops. Double 10. Andreas not in sight.
James on the 5th leg.
I never
James
was.
Hubbard.
3-2
6th leg,
Hubbard.
it's Andreas to throw first.
There's actually some
Game
big
on.
games in the title race in the Cypriot Premier League this weekend, which I'm sure that Andreas will be all over.
How do you know about the Cypriot Premier League?
Aris, who are second in the table, can go to the top if they can get a win against Nia Salamis tomorrow. And Ammonia take on Kamiostita. They are currently 4th in the table. As Hubbard hits a maxi to kick off the 6th leg.
$100.
He'd love another. Well, there goes the one, and he gets a smile. The dream of a 9 darter is extinguished for now.
80.
Still a decent backup score after a bad first start.
$90.
Do you know how he qualified for the match play back in 2012? He was at a European Tour event. European Darts Open. At the Maritime in Dusseldorf. He won his last 16 match, and he knew that if he won that match, he was in the match play. He won. Off the top of my head, I believe it was Mark Walsh.
80. James, you require 107.
Made the quarterfinals. Lost to Richie Burnett. Not for the first time. Went to the match play. Is he a winner?
67.
Not yet. But I remember when he won that last 16 match, he was in floods of tears because he knew he was going to the match play. It's a good job he did, actually, because he used to annoy me.
96.
And a lot of people with
James,
the race to the
require
match play.
40.
He was obsessed with it.
And his race might be up here. But he's got to win 4-2 against Andreas Nikolaou.
James Hubbard.
Hubbard a winner. Coming up after the break, Tommy Morris and Adam Mole kick off the final round of fixtures. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock.
Final round of fixtures gets underway. Adam Mould against Tommy Morris is game
First
13 of our
Tommy to
session.
throw first.
Before the break, James Hubbard
Game
beat
on.
Andreas Nikolaou by 4 legs to 2. Paul Nicholson is with us in commentary. For Adam Mould, he is
100.
through. Tommy Morris is out. The margins are as plain and as simple as that.
And now we have a bit of a battle for
100.
third position because Steve Robertson's got 8 points. Tommy Morris has got 8 points.
85.
James Hubbard's got 8 points. There's a financial difference between finishing in 5th and 3rd. So the final round of
58.
fixtures will give us Walker and Mould through. But who will finish 3rd?
135.
Now we know that Andreas is going to finish bottom of Group A and Group C this week. So that's unfortunate for him.
84.
But you finish bottom of the table because you don't win enough matches. So me saying unfortunate is a little bit
85.
kind.
Well, Morris has got out the gate quickly, just like he did in his match against Jensen Walker, in which I'm still trying to make heads or tails as to what happened.
133.
pressure.
196.
So Mould applies pressure on Morris. Double AT's already taking this out today.
78.
not that way.
Adam, you've got 126.
Likes the 19s, doesn't he?
101.
Had a little hello to the ball on the way through, but doesn't land. And neither does that.
No score. Adam, you require
So
25.
Mould to break the throw in the opening leg. So he missed a dart at the bull. He's going to get 2 at double 8. No
Game
mistake.
on the first leg. Adam
Mould, a leg to the good.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Did you have any New Year's resolutions, Henry? It's the 1st of February tomorrow.
72.
Do you want the honest answer?
I bet you didn't.
No, I didn't. My goal for the year is just to be a
100.
little bit healthier in what I do. Just eating a little bit healthy, which is why I've got enough carrots to feed a rabbit for a month in here. Trying to lose a little bit of weight, trying to be a little bit more better in terms of exercise, going out and walking a bit more, and just doing a bit more to lead a bit of a healthier lifestyle, pretty much.
Was that the long version answer?
You wanted an answer?
Oh, I really hope it was the long version.
180.
Amazes me that people have New Year's resolutions when it comes to things like
96.
that. You can do that any day of the year. Any day of the year. Literally any day of the year. Where you can switch on and say, I'm going to change something. But people wait until January the 1st. Boggles my mind.
Actually, I wait till January the 6th, but that's not the point.
90.
If you want to change your darts career, you can do so now.
42. Tommy Rock 161. 76.
Look at that collision.
48.
Hits the dart and goes almost into the centre of the one.
16. Tommy Require 85.
Double 14 after a pause.
68.
That's the second time he's
Adam
missed a
Require
double low.
32.
Game 25 of the week.
Game shot.
It's not going his way.
Out of mode.
2-deal mode with a hold. But what's the rest of this story going to be
Tommy
told?
to throw first. Game
Bang, and the mould isn't gone.
54.
He's coming back on Saturday night. I do get the feeling as well that Adam is from just up the road.
80.
He may bring a few people. Now, you might want to get your tickets fairly soon, because with Whitlock on the menu, with Mould on the menu, and
60.
Jensen Walker, there's going to be a bit of a rush on tickets now.
100.
So be quick. £2 booking fee. If you don't have the facility to go to that that QR code with a smart device,
70.
dartshop.tv, look for week 2 of Series 10.
97.
Do it fast, because I get the feeling there won't be any tickets left by the time we start tonight at 10 o'clock, because it looks very likely we're going to have Graham Hall, Andy Hamilton, and somebody else.
64. Tommy Require 170.
Another. Bullseye. Big fish isn't netted.
34. Adam Require 167.
Adam's already missed this on the bull today.
131. Tommy Require 36.
Is this in? He doesn't like the fact that he split it. And for the third time in this match, he's missed
36.
an out-of-ring shot way too low. And for the third time, he's been punished.
Out of mode.
Everything has gone wrong for Tommy Morris today.
Fourth leg, it's Adam.
It's been a miserable day for Morris. And Adam Mould can put the final nail in his coffin right now.
140.
Just to put this into some sort of perspective, I think you're right. A lot has gone wrong for Tommy
40.
over the last few days. If he was a vegan, he's fallen into a bucket of carrots and come out sucking some chicken.
95.
He's played some great darts this week.
140.
But the timing, it has been off. Whereas in previous campaigns, he has just bulldozed his way through. It just hasn't been that easy.
So Mould, looking at the big fish.
80. Adam
to win.
170.
And he's got 6. It's not going to finish with a fillet of fish.
93.
Other fish sandwiches are available.
80. Adam Require 77.
World Championships have been won on shots like this.
Tops would have been for the John Park
Tommy
finish.
Require 161.
Is this a parting present? Triple 17 is going to go. So Adam
97.
Mould
Adam, you required 20.
back for double 10 to end his group with a commanding 4-0 win. Fives. Yes!
Game shot
It's a win
and
for Adam
match.
Mould to end
Adam
his
Mould.
campaign in Group C. But for Tommy Morris, today was a day where what could have gone wrong did go wrong. Coming up next, Steve Robertson, James Hubbard. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke
Welcome back to Pluto TV. If you're still joining us, this is the MODUS Super Series and we're into game 14 of our session. James Hubbard up against Steve
First leg,
Robertson.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And we saw, last time out from James, he did playing well all day, but he finally got his rub of the green as he got the better of Andreas Nikolaou. But Steve Robertson has been spoiling
137.
things all day long. He has made life tricky, sticky, difficult for opposition.
57.
You aren't wrong. And just to put it into some sort of perspective, if he beats James Hubbard here, he will have the same amount of points today as Adam Mould, who has now won the group.
45.
Even though he's got the same amount of points, I do beg your pardon, Mr. Walker's got a game in hand, so I do take that back. But 8 points today for Mould. 8 points for Robertson if he beats Hubbard, who's just off the
140.
back of his first win of the day. Taking out Nikolaou with a very good high 80s average performance.
$140.
One thing we've seen from Steve today, pride. And maybe enough evidence to suggest that
46.
we may see him again. The ADC system in the northeast of England is very vibrant. And considering how much confidence he may garner from some of the games he's played and who he's played this week,
139.
I fully expect to see him again.
Even if it's not straight away, he's one of those players you think maybe at some point, even if it's 9 months down the line potentially, you will see at some point again
58.
because there is a
Steve, you
divine
require
quality there
40.
and there has been for years.
Might even go to the World Seniors qualifier this weekend. It's just up the road. It's not the first time we've seen him do that, though. But that's 2 missed shots by a margin.
No score.
Well, that is a bit of a disaster.
I think that is the best disaster I've seen on a dartboard in a long time. He's missed tops, he's missed a single, then he's missed another single, but he's bust it, and he's back to tops.
60.
All when James was on 200.
Steve, you require
So it's
40.
all worked out in the end. But is it the end?
All's well but ends well. It's been good on double 5, but
30.
he isn't there.
James, you require 140.
And suddenly, James Hubbard's got an opportunity to break. From nowhere.
This is where it all started for Group C.
60.
James won this
Steve
fixture
require
yesterday
10.
by 4 legs to 1. Double 2.
8.
This leg should have been
James
over a while
require
ago. He
80.
knows it.
Double 10 for a steal.
Games on the first.
James
leg.
Hubbard
James
has
Hubbard.
stolen that first leg. He's a thief, Nico. He's a thief.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I don't know if he's a thief. He just doesn't finish his bottles of pop.
Well, he finished that off. And he's now a leg to the good in this particular contest.
57. $40.
We are going to see another Australian next week. It was announced last night that Jeremy Fagg's coming back.
120.
Only lost 5 points there. That's not too bad. It was a little bit of a gamble sometimes in darts to go for a localized bed when there's a dart dangling in the board. But
76.
the worst case scenario there, lose 5 points. He gained 55.
And he's on a nice round number as well in 3-2-4.
100.
2-2-4 is even better.
Well, he's just beginning to pick apart Steve Robertson, who got onto a quick start, missed 6 starts to win leg 1. And I just wonder how he's going to deal with the adversity of that opening leg.
100.
A win for James in this
44.
game will keep him in 3rd position. And that will be his, because nobody could overtake him.
95.
And I think after everything that we've seen in this group, a Hubbard win to get third spot. I think that's fair.
134.
Considering the standard we've seen from him at times compared to other people. Yeah, maybe he has been punished for some misses at double by the likes of Mould and Walker and Morris.
85.
But he has provided a few highlights.
46.
The cynic will say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and actually dealing with that kind of adversity could be a maker or breaker at this point of the redevelopment of James Hubbard this time round as a player.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
We'll see how much it hurts, see how much it really stings him potentially.
It's actually not a bad word to use, that. Redevelopment. Often used in real estate.
140.
Sometimes you've got to strip it back to the walls. Replaster. Rewire. Start from scratch. In the case of James, it was never about bulldozing everything. It was about just going back to basics. There's only so much time you can paper over the cracks when it comes to your professional life.
100.
In order to make wholesale changes, you've got to take more than one step back, and that's what he's already done. I can see him moving forward now. It doesn't necessarily have to be with darts.
59.
Well, in terms of this particular leg, Robertson on throw holds all the cards. He was in charge, though, with the first leg on throw, and then missed 6 starts at a double, and Hubbard stepped in as a consequence.
100.
How about this for a scenario? The winner of this game will be third. If it's James,
96.
you think, okay, I can get behind that.
Steve require 161.
But if it's Steve, you think, oh, well, where did that come from?
But you'd have to give the fullest of credit to Steve for that, though, at the same time. He's managed to grind results out, dig out what he can dig. And look, you look at some of the results he's pulled out today. He's beaten Tommy Morris so far in this session. He beat Andreas in this session, and he got a win against Adam Mould, who's progressed his way through to tomorrow night's final.
134. Stevie
he's found a considerable improvement in terms of his performance today. He's beaten some big scalps. I think he deserves all the credit that he deserves. If he's look at the bullseye here, he gets it beautifully.
Steve Robertson.
He's still in this match. He's still ticking along.
James to throw first.
Back to 2-1.
Now, one of the things that Steve might be tapping on his shirt is that little badge from Prostate Cancer UK.
60.
I was reading an article earlier in the week, Henry, that apparently prostate cancer now is the most frequent cancer in the country, which is a really worrying thing.
180.
So do yourself a favour, everybody. Get checked, especially if you are of a certain age. It's important.
And there is a preconception as well about those particular tests, and it is now as simple as a blood test. There's no pain involved in it. It's just as simple as one routine blood test, and it could save your life.
140.
We're seeing Steve get back into this game. It looked as if James was ready to go rampant at 2-0 up. Anything but.
Robertson is averaging in excess of 90. He's really found an improvement of level here.
105.
You're starting to go low on the trebles again, like you did yesterday.
57.
It's happened 3 times in a row there.
76.
So 76 for 2 apiece. He was 2-0 down in this match. And now he's going to have a darter double top and gets double top. That's a 12 darter.
Steve Robertson.
And Robertson's back square at 2-2.
Hands
The
up,
bag is
everybody.
Steve
Who's
to
seen a
throw
76
first.
check out that way before? You might have, but not for a while. Robertson's not going to be top of the daily table.
180.
Adam Mould is going to be there. He's got 8 points and plus 10 for the day. The best that Robertson can do is 8 points and plus 6.
140. $55.
That rhythm hasn't really changed all day, has it?
100.
And you've got to give credit to both players for the way they've played. They played their own game. Two very different rhythms. It's a multi-prod here from Steve. He prods twice, so it's dab, dab, back and through.
140.
Whereas James, one dab, back and through. Most times. Every time he's in his bubble, that doesn't change. But every now and again, there's a dart that just
60.
flows.
Stevie Brockwine, 126.
You see that from Andy Hamilton as well, especially when he's just flinging a last dart away, which isn't very often this week. He's played really, really well.
Yeah, we'll watch Andy
94.
later on tonight when Group B gets underway from 10 o'clock. Well, Robertson had a 12 darts in the previous leg and he's left himself on a double after 12 here. So he's going 2-0 down. He has found a real response. His average just under 95.
105.
He's found a
Stevie Brockwine,
real
32.
purple patch here. And it may just be too much for James Hubbard to handle.
Game shot
3-2
the fifth
Robertson.
leg.
What a spurt
Steve
this is.
Robertson. Sixth leg against James. To
Why
throw
is everybody
first.
playing their best
Game
against James? It's going to be fascinating to get his insight into how today's gone.
Right, does it always rain on me? It's probably what James Hubbard's thinking at this present
180.
moment in time. Steve Robertson is going to have to try and cough up one more leg here. And I think something's tickled the back of his throat.
He's been smiling all week long. I think the one game that categorises
45.
James' week more than anything else was putting in his best average against Adam Mould and losing. He only got one leg, averaging 99.71. He had 2 darts at a double.
57.
And Mould still beat him. Sometimes the numbers do lie.
95.
You can win with a 79. You can lose with a 99. They are numbers that actually tell you the story of James's 2 days.
But the story of this game
37.
could potentially be the story of the day. And that's the fact we're going to go the whole way, the whole 7 legs.
$180.
Unless Steve Robertson finds an act of inspiration.
He may just be on a double after 12 again.
93.
In order to do that, he's looking at something like a 145 here.
$28. James, you've
Not even close.
134.
Big 20 here to leave tops.
94. Stevie Brockwine, 153.
This would be some way for Steve Robertson to sign off. He could sign off in style. He's not going to sign up for the 153.
97.
James Hubbard has got
James
3
requires
darts in
40.
his hand, a double top to take us all the way. Double 10. We are
James on the
going all the
6th.
way
James Hubbard.
once again.
7th and final leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
It's always best to leave with a win. And don't think there's nothing on this. The winner of this leg will finish 3rd.
100.
And the difference in financial reward. Think about it. These two aren't professional dart players.
81.
They go back to where they live. That little bit of extra money. We don't know what that could do. James has got a young family.
Makes a
140.
significant difference and makes a significant imprint to both of their lives, both on and off the hockey.
And some of these players, in fact, most of these players are not wealthy. They're not well off.
57.
Every cash injection matters. In relation to Steve Robertson, I don't know how he got here, whether it was driving, train, or plane. But winning this leg could mean
140.
that he's saved on expenses. It's a long way back to Northumberland. That's a lot of fuel.
And hotels aren't cheap around here.
Hotels aren't cheap anywhere.
59. Steve, you require 121.
Can Steve Robertson sign off his week with a win? He's got 6 starts to do it for 121. Still, his average is around 97.
Should go 19s. Thought twice. Did the right thing. And he's got 62 left. He usually goes treble 18 on this.
113.
Back for the match. Back for double 4.
$100. Steve, you require 8.
Double 4 for Steve Robertson to sign off with a win. 13 darter there in the last leg to beat James Hubbard by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Andreas, Nikolaou and Jensen Walker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy, £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock!
Final game of Group C is between Jensen Walker and Andreas Nikolaou, and it is about to get
First leg, it's
underway.
Andreas
For
to throw
Jensen,
first.
a win here
Game on.
will see him top the group, and will give him an added bit of bonus money, and also a bit more of a favourable draw when it comes to tomorrow night's action here at the Live Lounge in Porto. For Andreas, well, this is the end of the road for him here.
40.
Second time we've seen him here at the Live Lounge. He was at the ADC Global Championship just before Christmas, and on the other side of Saint
99.
Nick being here, Nikolaou has arrived at the Live Lounge once again, but it's a church that hasn't turned profitable for him once more. But he will head back to Cyprus,
56.
thankful for the experience, happy to have played on this stage, but he has spoken about how now he wants to develop his game to come back again
57.
at another point and be more competitive.
I think many players have been in his shoes over the last
96.
12 to 24 months. Remember our friend Hilton Klein from Botswana? He didn't have a great deal of fun.
80.
And that's no fun, having 60 on the floor. He didn't play that well in Group A, but by the time he came to Group C, he was much better.
42.
If he came back for a second visit, I'd be fascinated to see how he did. But that's all for another day.
Well, now we're going to have a Kenyan
61.
here. Peter Achuri is going to be here later in the series.
I can't wait to critique that action.
100.
As long as he doesn't bring the Vuvuzela with him, we're absolutely fine.
Yeah, that should
140.
definitely be confiscated.
167.
57 needed.
I should say, there's nothing wrong with Vuvuzela. Just be a bit weird when it's behind closed doors.
64.
Not to mention it's about 15 years out of a date.
48.
Andreas is getting a
28.
bonus. This is a nice situation for Jensen, though.
Game shown the
Apart
first
from the
leg.
fact he's 1-0 down,
Andreas Nikolaou.
he's playing in his last match,
Second leg is
and he's
Jensen
not
to
under the
throw
same
first.
pressure that he was the
Game.
last time he was here in Group C. He's already safe. But you know how ambitious young men are like him.
37.
If you were to say to him just before he graces the stage in match 15, if you win, you win the group. If you lose, you finish second. And just like that, he's thinking, I have to win.
39.
I have to win.
It's the small things that lead to the big motivators for players and people
47.
like Jensen.
$82.
I think if Andreas is going to improve, that action's going to have to change somehow. It's two square on for me.
93.
Or should I say it, two side on? I'm getting my ons mixed up. I think that shoulder's too tense. I think he could do with just being a little bit more facing the board.
90.
A few lines would have to change. And this thing he's got with alignment, I don't know who he's worked with on that one.
180.
But it's very extreme.
But the truth be told, he's probably in a situation where this is just all based on what he naturally does, without any kind of help, without any kind of coaching. This is just what he naturally does as a default. Jensen Walker looking to level up. If he can find double 12.
20. $134. Jensen, you've got 24.
This time double 12 with nothing in the way.
The second leg.
And maybe that was all the difference.
Third leg, it's Andreas.
Definitely got his comfort
first.
blankets up there, hasn't he, Jensen? With a towel. A rather large dart case, but I don't hear any rules as to how much you've got to take on the stage. There's no limit, really. You can take a suitcase up there if you want. Be a bit awkward.
Well, I suppose in Andreas' case, it means he can leave the building a bit quicker than head back for home.
Well, look at that towel. Isn't it colourful? I wonder what it looks like when it's unfolded. If he unfolds that after winning this game and it says, I won Group C, I'll be very impressed.
Looks like a beach towel, doesn't it?
96.
Yeah, what would you need that for in this country?
To go on holiday with?
You didn't quite get the point there, did you, Henry?
Hey, we've got a lovely beach in Portsmouth.
95. $51.
I really don't want to see it. If you ever go to Druridge Bay in Northumberland, up towards Bamborough,
100.
that's a beach. You call that a beach?
100.
Yes, I'm being a beach snob.
Andreas, you require 112.
I bet Andreas would say that's not a beach.
He would know. He almost knew the way to the 112.
158.
And even though you are through, you don't want to lose
84.
your last match. You want to
Andreas
keep a
requires
little bit of
32.
momentum going. Two fours.
Game shown the
Right in the
third
bottom
leg.
corner for the 2-1 lead.
Nikolaou. Fourth leg is Jensen to throw
Halfway
first.
towards the
Game.
win against Jensen Walker, and it would mean that Adam Old would win the group.
96.
If you don't win the group in this position, you'll be disappointed for about 10 minutes. And then you'll start thinking about the fact that you're in Saturday night and all is well.
41.
And you'll get a crack at Simon Whitlock in the first game.
If he loses this game.
Because he'd be in C2.
58.
You play Simon Whitlock against the darts in the opening match of the night.
Fascinating stuff.
140.
This is better.
140.
As bright as Jensen is, I believe he's nowhere near the finished product. Isn't that an exciting prospect?
137.
I think he's the type of player that another couple of years here to develop his game, playing on various other systems to develop his game,
57.
I think will be the best way for him to have a long-standing career.
Yeah, he might be able to play for the next 20 years until he's 38.
58. Jensen, you require 150.
Interesting.
98. Andreas, you require 125.
I was convinced he was going to go for the treble 18. Shot still on. Not for long.
85.
Would have found the
Jensen, you
bullseye
require
on in any
52.
instance. That's left him tops. Walker looking at double 16 for two apiece. Doesn't go.
20.
Andreas
Andreas, you
Nikolaou
require 40.
has three at tops for 3-1. as close as you could get without going in and then
shot
finds
off
with the
full
last.
flag. Andreas Nikolaou.
Seems like a long time ago since these guys played yesterday.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to
Walker
throw
won by
first.
4-0.
Game on.
Starting perfectly with a 92.5 average. We are a long way away from that right here. You
78.
really shouldn't be going for that treble 20 on dart 2. These are the small differences between good players and great players.
134.
That's where you stay. You can still stay.
60.
Know your blockers. Know your markers. Nothing but markers there.
180.
Well, Jensen Walker is finding a way back into this contest. Well, we have seen comebacks today. Maybe Jensen Walker's
96.
launching another one.
Yeah, I think the biggest one of the day. It was when Hubbard was 3-0 up.
137.
Tommy Morris won the next 4 legs. That really did dent the confidence of James, didn't it?
Now, what does Andreas do here?
84.
What does Jensen do here?
50.
He's a sensible boy.
Game shot on the
Sensible
fifth
boy,
leg.
sensible play.
Jensen
11 darts
Walker.
to 3-2.
He's not bothered about
Sixth leg,
doing
it's
something
Jensen to
silly
throw
for social
first.
media.
Game on.
Just wants to win.
Absolutely, and the way it should be. If there's one thing I could put in Room 101 this year, is players doing stupid stuff just for social media clicks.
134.
There you go, I've said it. Done.
So in the last 31 days. You said this year.
Basically, if there's one... if players do it because that's just them, it's fine.
140.
But I'm getting sick to the back teeth of people just going bull, bull, bull because
80.
it's a bit of fun.
I'll tell you what we're going to do next week then, Henry, when you're here. We are going to have a conversation with Gary Mawson about when Taylor did it to him at the match play. He had 50 left and he hit the bull to win the match.
58.
I think it was 10-0. So let's see what Gary says about it next week, right?
I think there's a time and place for everything. But it's when it's a little bit silly when I think, is it right? Is it really right? Anyway, that's me off my high horse.
This is you now on your low horse.
95.
Jensen isn't done.
133.
However, if he doesn't finish that 58 off,
140.
somebody is right behind him.
Jensen, you've got 58.
Now. Well.
Shot on the sixth flag.
We have one more
Jensen
leg.
Walker.
This game was always going 4-3 one way or
Seventh
another.
and
Because
final
it's just been the
Andreas
pattern of
to
this
throw
group.
first. Game on.
If you look at the leg difference of the entire group, everybody's going to finish on minus leg difference who hasn't qualified. All of the positive
81.
leg difference is going to be in the top 2. So by token of that, the right 2 people
96.
are going through. Jensen, funnily enough, winning this leg would win the group with a leg difference vastly less than Adam Mould.
100. $134.
Now we're going to find out what his counting's like. The number that springs to mind here is 101. What's the easiest way to get 101?
77.
4 19s and 25. Bull. 104 leaves 167. So that is how you do it.
He's got it all together, has Jensen, but can he keep it all together here?
59. Jensen, you require 167.
It's all in his hands.
131.
And he will return for double 18 to win this group. And considering how he's played at times, he was always going to have a chance of this.
58.
Can he finish it off?
Double 18.
Jensen, you
To
require
put this group
36.
to bed and to put himself to the top of the group.
Game
Jensen Walker
shot
is the big
elements.
winner when it comes to
Jensen
Group C.
Walker.
The Interceptor tops the pile. A lovely show of respect between him and his Cypriot opponent. Walker, well, he is the winner. And it's a good performance to end. 96.71, the overall average in that one. 4 out of 10 on his doubles. For Andreas Nikolaou, the second appearance here, he played at the Global Championship at the back end of December. And just like in that particular experience, he's bottom of the pile in Group C here. But for Jensen Walker, he is the winner of Group C. He's done so having won 8 points on both his days. 4 wins and 5 on Thursday. 4 wins and 5 on Friday. He is comfortably through to tomorrow night's final. He's going to top Group C, and he's going to do so with company being Adam Mould. He finished second, 14 points to his name. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is what we've seen on this Friday afternoon. These are the results from our action in Group C. A plethora of 4-3s, plethora of 4-2s. Most of the games running tight throughout the course of the day. The last match before the break saw Jensen Walker win the group. He got the better of Andreas Nikolaou by 4 legs to 3. We can confirm that now by having a look at the table. Jensen Walker there, 16 points to his name, winning Group C from Adam Mould in second position on 14 points. Steve Robertson had a really, really good day. It was a slow start, which kind of made pay for him in the end. He finishes third on 10 points. That's a really good return for him when you consider how the first day went. James Hubbard and Tommy Morris on 8 points. They were in contention up until the midway point of the session. They'll be disappointed really with how things have gone, in particular Tommy Morris, who had realistic ambitions of winning the week. And for our Cypriot friend, Andreas Nikolaou, bottom of the table, 4 points to his name. So that is how the table finished. Let's have a look at the tournament bracket, because Simon Whitlock won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. He is through to finals night in his first appearance, and the company he's going to have there so far is going to be Jensen Walker and Adam Mould. They, the 2 players through from Group C. Tonight, we're going to see the culmination of Group B. Andy Hamilton is in control. Him and Graham Hall both picked up 6 points from their opening day's play. So they are going to be the 2 players in Group B into tonight's through to tonight's action from 10 o'clock. Jensen Walker won Group C. He won 8 points on both of the days that he was in action, and so he is going to be through to tomorrow night's final, and he did so with quite some considerable ease. Right, let's mark your card as to what else is happening across Pluto TV. And coming up after the break, Phil Taylor talking about Luke Littler and that strap there. He will win more than me. See what he's thinking about that from 6 o'clock here on Pluto TV as we head into our documentary programming before tonight's action gets underway. 10 p.m. we are back on Pluto TV to see how Group B is going to culminate. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it was Jensen Walker who walks his way towards glory. We shall see him tomorrow night. We shall see you from 10. Bye from us.
What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion,